Many people have asked me, why do I meet with foreign leaders? Why do I even waste my time? The fact is, it's very important. I've said for a long time, if you're president, you should meet with foreign leaders. You have nothing to lose, and you have a lot to gain. You look at what happened in Singapore, you look at what happened with Chairman Kim, and all that's taken place. We have the remains back of our great heroes that were lost so many years ago. We have nobody shooting out missiles and nuclear testing and other things that were going on that were terrible. We had a tremendous meeting with President Putin. A lot of things were accomplished. Meeting with foreign leaders is a good thing, not a bad thing. Nothing bad can happen. It's only going to be positive, especially if your president knows what he's doing. I feel really great, and we're going to have a great discussion, and I think tremendous success. We'll be tremendously successful. And it's my honor, and we will have a terrific relationship, I have no doubt.
우리는 아직 굉장히 성공할 거로 믿습니다. 그리고 아직 만나게 되신 분들이 생각합니다. 훌륭한 관계를 가지고 있고 아직 전혀 의심 없이 좋은 관계를 우리가 맺을 거라고 생각합니다.
Well, it was not easy to get here.
우리한테는 우리 발목을 잡는 그 과거가 있고 또 그릇된 전쟁과 관행들이 우리 때로는 우리 눈과 귀를 가리우기도 했는데 우린 모든 것을 이겨내고 이 자리까지 왔습니다.
The past worked as fetters on our limbs, and the old prejudices and practices worked as obstacles on our way forward, but we overcame all of them and we are here today.
That's good. Thank you very much.
Thank you, President. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, it's a great honor to be with you, and I know we'll have tremendous success together, and we'll solve a big problem, a big dilemma that until this point has been unable to be solved. I know that working together we will get it taken care of. So, great honor. Thank you very much.
우리는 함께 협력해서 반드시 성공을 이룰 거라고 생각합니다. 그리고 지금까지 과거에 그러한 해결하지 못하시던 여러 가지 난제를 풀 것이라고 생각합니다. 그래서 함께 협력하게 되어서 매우 영광입니다.
우리 발목을 지지하고 싶었던 그런 과거를 우리가 과거를 이겨내고 들어보고 저희들이 시선과 꼭 그를 다 이루고 그걸 이제 뭐 하지 않으면 훌륭한 동아의 전기복이라고 해요.
Well, we successfully took our capacity that weighed down heavily on our shoulders, and we overcame all kinds of skepticism and speculations about this historic summit. Hence, I believe that this is a big prelude to peace.
I believe so.
조금 전에 말씀드린 것 같지만 이때까지 이스라엘이 다른 사람들이 생각하지 못하는 그런 각과 함께 훌륭한 수고를 하는
Well, as I said earlier, my process involves our in close cooperation with you, as the President. Of course, there will be challenges ahead, but I'm willing to do this. I'm willing to do this very well.
We will solve it. We will be successful. And I look forward to working on it with you. It will be done.
우리는 함께 할 것이고 또 문제를 해결할 것입니다. 그리고 함께 해결하는 것을 기대하고 있습니다.
Thank you very much.
감사합니다.
Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So we're signing a very important document, a pretty comprehensive document, and we've had a really great term together, a great relationship. I'll be giving a news conference at 2:30, which is in a little bit less than 2 hours, and we'll discuss this at great length. In the meantime, I believe that they'll be handing it out on behalf of Chairman Kim and myself, and we're both very honored to sign the document. Thank you.
네, 우리가 매우 중요한 문서에 서명을 하게 될 것입니다. 이 문서는 굉장히 포괄적인 문서이고 오늘 굉장히 좋은 아주 훌륭한 회담을 가졌고 또 아주 좋은 관계를 구축하였습니다. 2시 반, 즉 다시 말해서 약 2시간 후에 나는 기자회견을 할 예정입니다. 거기서 좀 더 자세하게 말씀을 드리겠습니다만은 일단 그 와중에 그동안에는 발표문이 기자들에게 배포될 것으로 알고 있습니다. 감사합니다.
Would you like to say something to the press?
우리는 오늘 역사적인 이 만남에서 지난 과거를 덮고 새로운 출발을 알리는 그 역사적인 문건에 서명을 하게 됩니다.
Today, we had a historic meeting and decided to leave the past behind, and we are about to sign a historic document.
세상은 아마 중대한 변화를 보게 될 것입니다.
The world will see a major change.
오늘과 같은 이런 자리를 위해서 노력해 주신 트럼프 대통령께 사의를 표합니다.
I would like to express my gratitude to President Trump to make this meeting happen.
감사합니다.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. Okay, good. We're starting that process very quickly, very, very quickly. Absolutely.
Mr. President, 100% new position. Would you talk about auto warm beers? Mr. Stanton, feel free to give up your nuclear alarm.
You'll be seeing everything in just a little while. The letter that we're signing is very comprehensive, and I think both sides are going to be very impressed with the result. A lot of goodwill went into this, a lot of work, a lot of preparation. I want to thank everybody on both sides, Secretary Pompeo and all of his counterparts. They were absolutely fantastic.
네, 조금 후에 우리가 서명한 발표문의 내용에 대해서 곧 알게 될 것입니다. 아까도 얘기했습니다마는 매우 포괄적인 그러한 문서이고 양측이 그 결과에 대해서 굉장히 만족할 만한 결과입니다. 이 문서를 서명하고 또 이런 그 만남을 갖기 위해서 많은 사람들이 선의를 가지고 노력했고 또 많은 준비 작업이 있었습니다. 그 양측의 그러한 작업을 해주신 분들에 대해서 감사드립니다. 거기에는 폼페오 장관뿐만 아니라 조선 측의 그러한 여러 참여자분들에게 감사드립니다.
Thank you very much. It's fantastic. Thank you very much, everybody. We'll see you a little bit later. And we're very proud of what took place today. I think our whole relationship with North Korea and the Korean Peninsula is it's going to be a very much different situation than it has in the past. We both want to do something. We both are going to do something. And we have developed a very special bond. So people are going to be very impressed. People are going to be very happy. And we're going to take care of a very big and very dangerous problem for the world. And I want to thank Chairman Kim. Spent a lot of time together today, very intensive time. And I would actually say that it worked out for both of us far better than anybody could have expected. I think far better. I watched the various news reports. I would say far better than anybody even predicted. And this is going to lead to more and more and more. And It's an honor to be with you. Very great honor. Thank you. Thank you to all of your representatives very much.
우리 둘 다 오늘 둘 다 뭔가 이루어내려고 싶어하고 또 둘의 특별한 관계가 오늘 시작되었습니다. 그리고 우리는 아주 여러 가지 중요한 여러 가지 문제의 해결에 시작을 했다라고 말씀드릴 수가 있습니다. 김 위원장님께 감사드리고 또 내가 보기에는 오늘 만남이 누가 기대했던 것보다 또 누가 예측했던 것보다도 좋은 만남이고 좋은 결과로 이루어질 것 같습니다. 또 앞으로 더 많은 진척이 있을 것 같고 이렇게 만나게 된 것을 영광으로 생각합니다. 김 위원장님 감사합니다.
Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
Will you invite Chairman Kim to the White House?
Absolutely, I will.
백악관에 초청하겠습니다.
Kim, would you like to come to the White House?
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Well, thank you very much, everybody. We appreciate it. We're getting ready to go back. Had a tremendous 24 hours. We've had a tremendous 3 months, actually, because this has been going on for quite a while. That was a tape that we gave to Chairman Kim and his people, his representatives, and it captures a lot, captures what could be done. And that's a great place, has the potential to be an incredible place between South Korea, if you think about it, and China. It's got tremendous potential, and I think he understands that, and he wants to do what's right. It's my honor today to address the people of the world following this very historic summit with Chairman Kim Jong Un of North Korea. We spent very intensive hours together, and I think most of you have gotten the signed document, or you will very shortly. It's very comprehensive. It's going to happen. I stand before you as an emissary of the American people to deliver a message of hope and vision and a message of peace. Let me begin by thanking our incredible hosts in Singapore, especially Prime Minister Lee, friend of mine. This is a country of profound grace and beauty, and we send our warmest wishes to every citizen of Singapore who really made this visit so important and so pleasant, despite all of the work and all of the long hours. I also want to thank President Moon of South Korea. He's working hard. In fact, I'll be speaking to him right after we're finished. Prime Minister Abe of Japan, friend of mine, just left our country. And he wants what's right for Japan and for the world. He's a good man. And a very special person, President Xi of China, who has really closed up that border. Maybe a little bit less so over the last couple of months, but that's okay. But he really has, and he's a terrific person and a friend of mine and really a great leader of his people. I want to thank them for their efforts to help us get to this very historic day. Most importantly, I want to thank Chairman Kim for taking the first bold step toward a bright new future for his people. Our unprecedented meeting, the first between an American president and a leader of North Korea, proves that real change is indeed possible. My meeting with Chairman Kim was honest, direct, and productive. We got to know each other well in a very confined period of time, under very strong circumstance. We're prepared to start a new history, and we're ready to write a new chapter between our nations. Nearly 70 years ago, think of that, 70 years ago, an extremely bloody conflict ravaged the Korean Peninsula. Countless people died in the conflict, including tens of thousands of brave Americans. Yet while the armistice was agreed to, the war never ended, to this day, never ended. But now we can all have hope that it will soon end, and it will soon end. The past does not have to define the future. Yesterday's conflict does not have to be tomorrow's war. And as history has proven over and over again, adversaries can indeed become friends. We can honor the sacrifice of our forefathers by replacing the horrors of battle with the blessings of peace. And that's what we're doing, and that's what we have done. There is no limit to what North Korea can achieve when it gives up its nuclear weapons and embraces commerce and engagement with the rest of the world that really wants to engage. Chairman Kim has before him an opportunity like no other to be remembered as the leader who ushered in a glorious new era of security and prosperity for his people. Chairman Kim and I just signed a joint statement in which he reaffirmed his unwavering commitment to complete denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula. We also agreed to vigorous negotiations to implement the agreement as soon as possible. And he wants to do that. This isn't the past. This isn't another administration that never got it started and therefore never got it done. Chairman Kim has told me that North Korea is already destroying a major missile engine testing site. That's not in your signed document. We agreed to that after the agreement was signed. That's a big thing. For the missiles that they were testing, the site is going to be destroyed very soon. Today is the beginning of an arduous process. Our eyes are wide open, but peace is always worth the effort, especially in this case. They should have been done years ago. They should have been resolved a long time ago. But we're resolving it now. Chairman Kim has the chance to seize an incredible future for his people. Anyone can make war, but only the most courageous can make peace. The current state of affairs cannot endure forever. The people of Korea, North and South, are profoundly talented, industrious, and gifted. These are truly gifted people. They share the same heritage, language, customs, culture, and destiny. But to realize their amazing destiny, to reunite their national family, the menace of nuclear weapons will now be removed. In the meantime, the sanctions will remain in effect. We dream of a future where all Koreans can live together in harmony, where families are reunited and hopes are reborn, and where the light of peace chases away the darkness of war. This bright future is within, and this is what's happening. It is right there. It's within our reach. It's going to be there. It's going to happen. People thought this could never take place. It is now taking place. It's a very great day. It's a very great moment in the history of the world. And Chairman Kim is on his way back to North Korea. And I know for a fact, as soon as he arrives, he's going to start a process that's going to make a lot of people very happy and very safe. So it's an honor to be with everybody today. The media, it's a big gathering of media, I will say. Makes me feel very uncomfortable. But it is what it is. People understand that this is something very important to all of us, including yourselves and your families. So thank you very much for being here. We'll take some questions. Wow. It's a lot of questions. Go ahead. Sure, go ahead.
Thank you.
NBC.
Thanks, Mr. President. Two questions for you, if you don't mind. First, the man you met today, Kim Jong Un, as you know, has killed family members, has starved his own people, is responsible for the death of Otto Warmbier. Why are you so comfortable calling him very talented?
Well, he is very talented. Anybody that takes over a situation like he did at 26 years of age and is able to run it and run it tough. I don't say he was nice or I don't say anything about it. He ran it. Very few people at that age, you can take 1 out of 10,000 probably couldn't do it. Otto Warmbier is a very special person, and he will be for a long time in my life. His parents are good friends of mine. I think without Otto, this would not have happened. Something happened from that day. It was a terrible thing. It was brutal. But a lot of people started to focus on what was going on, including North Korea. I really think that Otto is someone who did not die in vain. I told this to his parents. Special young man, and I have to say, special parents, special people. Otto did not die in vain. He had a lot to do with us being here today. Okay? Thank you very
Mr.
much.
President, that second question for you, sir, was on the security. Second question, sir,
Go ahead.
on the security assurances you talked about in your statement. Can you be specific about what assurances you are willing to give to Kim Jong Un? Does that include reducing military capabilities? And just to follow up on your answer.
No, we're not reducing anything. We're not reducing. At some point, I have to be honest, and I used to say this during my campaign, as you know probably better than most. I want to get our soldiers out. I want to bring our soldiers back home. We have right now 32,000 soldiers in South Korea. And I'd like to be able to bring them back home, but that's not part of the equation right now. At some point, I hope it will be, but not right now. We will be stopping the war games, which will save us a tremendous amount of money, unless and until we see that the future negotiation is not going along like it should. But we'll be saving a tremendous amount of money. Plus, I think it's very provocative. Yes, John? Yes, John, go ahead. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. I thought you were John Roberts. I looked at you. You looked just much better, right?
We're frequently confused, Mr. President.
Yes.
Mr. President, the joint statement does not talk about verifiable or irreversible denuclearization.
Yeah.
Is that a concession on the part of the United States?
No, not at all, because if you look at it, I mean, it said we are going to, let's say here, it will be gone. I don't think you can be any more plain than what we're asking. Issues related to the establishment of the new U.S. DPKR relations, the building. We talk about the guarantees, and we talk about unwavering commitment to the complete denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula. This is the document that we just signed.
Did you discuss with Chairman Kim methods to verify, either with the United States or international organizations, that very process? And do you
Yes,
have a
we did.
timetable
Yes,
in
we did.
mind?
And we'll
Can
be
you relay
verifying.
that to us?
Yeah, we'll be verifying. It'll be verified.
How is that going to be achieved, Mr. President?
Well, it's going to be achieved by having a lot of people there. And as we develop a certain trust, and we think we have done that, Secretary Pompeo has been really doing a fantastic job, his staff, everybody. As we do that, we're going to have a lot of people there, and we're going to be working with them on a lot of other things. But this is complete denuclearization of North Korea, and it will be verified.
Will those people be Americans or international?
Combinations of both.
Agency people?
Combinations of both. And we have talked about it, yes. Yeah, go ahead. Be nice. Be respectful.
I'll be very respectful, sir. What did Kim Jong Un say to you to give you the confidence that for once in the history of North Korea, they are not cheating the system and gaming the world and gaming the people who will have to go in and make sure that they're actually giving up their nuclear arsenal?
Yeah, I mean, very fair question. He actually mentioned the fact that they proceeded down a path in the past, and ultimately, as you know, nothing got done. In one case, they took billions of dollars during the Clinton regime, took billions of dollars, and nothing happened. That was a terrible thing. And he actually brought it up to me. And he said, we have never gone this far. I don't think they've ever had the confidence, frankly, in a president that they have right now for getting things done and having the ability to get things done. And he was very firm in the fact that he wants to do this. I think he might want to do this as much or even more than me, because they see a very bright future for North Korea. So you never know, right? We never know. But I'll tell you what, we signed a very comprehensive document today, and I think most of you have been given that document, but we signed a very, very comprehensive document, and I believe he's going to live up to that document. In fact, when he lands, which is going to be shortly, I think that he will start that process right away. I do. I can only say that I know him for really well. It's been very rhetorical, as you know. I think without the rhetoric, it wouldn't have happened. I think without other things going along, I think the establishment of a new team was very important. We have a great team, but I think he wants to get it done. I really feel that very strongly. There's John. I think, you know, you two guys look alike when the light is right on the The hair is very similar. Let me see who has better hair. He's got pretty good hair, John.
It's the angelic glow of the backlighting, Mr. President, that makes us look so similar. Of course, the denuclearization and nuclear weapons and biological weapons and whatnot is one problem in North Korea. Another huge problem is the horrible record that they have on human rights. Was that discussed at all? Is that something that you will tackle in the
Yes,
future?
it was discussed. It will be discussed more in the future, human rights. And what was also discussed in great detail, John, was the fact that, we have, and I must have had just countless calls and letters and tweets, anything you can do. They want the remains of their sons back. They want the remains of their fathers and mothers and all of the people that got caught into that really brutal war, which took place to a large extent in North Korea. And I asked for it today, and we got it. That was a very last minute. The remains will be coming back. They're going to start that process immediately. But so many people, even during the campaign, they'd say, is there any way you can work with North Korea to get the remains of my son back or my father back? So many people asked me this question, and I said, look, we don't get along too well with that particular group of people, but now we do. And he agreed to that so quickly and so nice. It was really a very nice thing, and he understands it. He understands it. So for the thousands and thousands, I guess way over 6,000 that we know of in terms of the remains, they'll be brought back.
The POW MIA issue clearly is a very important one for thousands.
Especially to a lot of people that are...
But what do you, President Trump, expect Kim Jong Un to do about the human rights record regarding the North Korean people?
Right. It was discussed. It was discussed relatively briefly compared to denuclearization. Well, obviously, that's where we started and where we ended. But they will be doing things, and I think he wants to do things. I think he wants to... You'd be very surprised. Very smart, very good negotiator, wants to do the right thing. He brought up the fact that in the past, they took dialogue far. They never were like we are. There's never been anything like what's taken place now. But they went down the line. Billions of dollars were given, and the following day, the nuclear program continued. But this is a much different time, and this is a much different president, in all fairness. This is very important to me. This was perhaps one of the reasons that I won. I campaigned on this issue, as you know very well, John. Okay, whoever those people are, I cannot see you with all the lights, but you don't look like either of the two. Yeah, go ahead. Sure, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. And first of all, congratulations.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Did you touch on the issue of peace treaty, and
Yeah.
also will you travel to Pyongyang anytime soon?
Well, at a certain time, I will. I said that will be a day that I look very much forward to at the appropriate time. And I also will be inviting Chairman Kim at the appropriate time to the White House. I think it's really going to be something that will be very important. And he has accepted. I said at the appropriate time. We want to go a little bit further down the road. But what we signed today was a lot of things included. And then you have things that weren't included that we got after the deal was signed. I've done that before in my life. And we didn't put it in the agreement because we didn't have time. And I think most of you have been handed out the agreement or soon will. But oh, you have not? Okay. Well, if you could have those agreements passed out. We just finished them just a little while ago. But if you could have the agreements passed out, you'll see what we're talking about. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
I want to second the congratulations, President.
Thank you.
What part did Japan play, and did the abduction issue come up? And
Yes.
also, the fate of the Christians. And the
Yes.
follow-up question is, when will you be doing an interview with Japanese TV? 50,000 American troops are in Japan.
That's true.
Again.
50,000 great troops, that's true. Yeah, it did. Abduction, absolutely. This is Prime Minister Abe's, one of his, certainly, other than the whole denuking subject, certainly I would say his main point. And I brought it up, absolutely, and they're going to be working on that. It will be. We didn't put it down in the document, but it will be worked on. Christians, yes, we are brought it up very strongly. You know, Franklin Graham spent and spends a tremendous amount of time in North Korea. He's got it very close to his heart. It did come up, and things will be happening. Okay? Thank you. Great question. Yes, John, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, John.
Returning to the question of human rights, you spoke very powerfully on the issue during your State of the Union address.
Right.
You showed that you had the defector in the First Lady's box with the crutches who escaped. And you, at that point, said that North Korea has more brutally oppressed its people than any other regime on earth. Do you still believe that is the case, having sat down with Kim Jong Un? And does he need to change that?
John, I believe it's a rough situation over there. There's no question about it. And we did discuss it today pretty strongly. I mean, knowing what the main purpose of what we were doing is, denuking, but discussed it at pretty good length. We'll be doing something on it. It's rough. It's rough in a lot of places, by the way, not just there, but it's rough. And we will continue that, and I think ultimately we'll agree to something. But it was discussed at length outside of the nuclear situation, one of the primary topics.
But do you think that needs to change to bring on this glorious new era you've talked about? Are they going to have to?
I think it will change, yeah. I think it probably has to, but I think it will. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much. Steve, that's you, Steve, right there.
Yes, sir. Thank you. What timetable do you envision for their denuclearization? And in the meantime, are you thinking about easing any sanctions?
Well, you know, scientifically, I've been watching and reading a lot about this, and it does take a long time to, you know, pull off complete denuclearization. It takes a long time. Scientifically, you have to wait certain periods of time, and a lot of things happen. But despite that, once you start the process, it means it's pretty much over. You can't use them. That's the good news. And that's going to start very, very soon. I believe that's going to start very soon. We will do it as fast as it can mechanically and physically be done, Steve.
And the sanctions?
The sanctions will come off when we are sure that the nukes are no longer a factor. Sanctions played a big role, but they'll come off at that point. I hope it's going to be soon, but they'll come off. They, as you know, and as I've said, the sanctions right now remain. But at a certain point, I actually look forward to taking them off. And they'll come off when we know we're down the road where it's not going to happen. Nothing's going to happen, okay?
Thank you.
Yes, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Congratulations on this historic summit.
Thank you very much. Congratulations to everybody, by the way. Congratulations to everybody. Go ahead.
You signed a document with Kim Jong Un. It's essentially a piece of paper. Yesterday we had a briefing from the Secretary of State, Mike Pompeo, and he said the following: many presidents previously have signed off on pieces of paper, only to find that the North Koreans either didn't promise what we thought they had or actually reneged on those promises. What makes this time different, Mr. President?
Well, you have a different administration. You have a different president. You have a different Secretary of State. You have people that are, you know, it's very important to them, and we get it done. The other groups, maybe it wasn't a priority. I don't think they could have done it if it was a priority, frankly. I don't think they honestly could have done it even if it was a priority. And it would have been easier back then. Would have been, for me, it would have been much easier if this were 10 years ago or 5 years ago. And I'm not just blaming President Obama. I mean, this goes back for 25 years. This should have happened. I was given a very tough hand. I was given this. I was given the Iran deal and plenty of other problems. But we're doing really well. And the Iran deal, I have to be honest, I did it because nuclear is always number one to me. Nuclear is number one. But on the Iran deal, I think Iran is a different country now than it was 3 or 4 months ago. I don't think they're looking so much to the Mediterranean. I don't think they're looking so much at Syria like they were with total confidence. I don't think they're so confident right now. But I hope, with that being said, I hope that at the appropriate time, after these sanctions kick in, and they are brutal, what we've put on Iran, I hope that they're going to come back and negotiate a real deal, because I'd love to be able to do that. But right now it's too soon for that. Yes, please.
Mr. President, you also talk about establishing diplomatic relations,
Yeah.
exchanging ambassadors. How long before that happens?
Good question. Hopefully soon, but we'll have to get things moving first. A little bit early for that. We have to get things moving. Yes, go ahead. Hi.
Can you clarify when you said you're stopping war games? So
Yeah.
you are stopping the military exercises with South Korea?
Yeah, we've done exercises for a long period of time working with South Korea. And we call them war games, and I call them war games, and they're tremendously expensive. The amount of money that we spend on that is incredible. And South Korea contributes, but not 100%, which is certainly a subject that we have to talk to them about also. And that has to do with the military expense and also the trade. So we're doing that. We actually have a new deal with South Korea in terms of the trade deal, but we have to talk to them. We have to talk to many countries about treating us fairly. But the war games are very expensive. We pay for a big majority of them. We fly in bombers from Guam. I said it when I first started. I said, where do the bombers come from? Guam, nearby. I said, oh, great, nearby. Where's nearby? 6.5 hours. 6.5 hours, that's a long time for these big, massive planes to be flying to South Korea to practice and then drop bombs all over the place and then go back to Guam. I know a lot about airplanes. It's very expensive. And I didn't like it. And what I did say is, and I think it's very provocative. I have to tell you, Jennifer, it's a very provocative situation when I see that, and you have a country right next door. So under the circumstances that we're negotiating a very comprehensive, complete deal, I think it's inappropriate to be having war games. So number one, we save money a lot. And number two, it really is something that I think they very much appreciated.
Does North Korea give you something in return, though?
Well, we've gotten, I've heard that. I mean, some of the people that, I don't know, maybe they really mean it. I don't always want to go against the press because I just don't, especially not today. This is too important. But I noticed that some of the people were saying that the president has agreed to meet. He has given up so much. I gave up nothing. I'm here. I haven't slept in 25 hours, but I thought it was appropriate to do because we've been negotiating for literally round the clock with them and with us and with John and with Mike and a whole team of very talented people. But we haven't given up anything other than, you're right, I agreed to meet. And I think the meeting was every bit as good for the United States as it was for North Korea. But I just wrote down some of the things we got. And they got a meeting. But only a person that dislikes Donald Trump would say that I've agreed to make a big commitment. Sure, I've agreed to take a period of time and come here and meet, and that's good. But I think it's great for us and as a country, and I think it's good for them. But what did they do to justify this meeting? Secured commitment for complete denuclearization. That's the big thing. They secured the release of 3 American hostages. They already gave them to us 2 months ago. These people are now living happily back in their homes with their families, and it was pretty rough for them, to put it mildly. Secure the commitment to recover the remains, including, these are of fallen heroes. And they're giving a commitment, they're starting it immediately, to recover the remains. And I just went through how many people asked me about it. I was amazed, actually. So many people would ask me, is it possible, is it possible? At that time, we had no relationship to Chairman Kim or to anybody else in North Korea. It was a very closed society. So we're getting the remains back. Secured the halt of all missile and nuclear tests. For how long has it been? 7 months? You haven't had a missile go up. For 7 months, you haven't had a nuclear test. You haven't had a nuclear explosion. I remember a nuclear event took place, 8.8 on the Richter scale. And they announced, I heard it on the radio, they announced that a massive, earthquake took place somewhere in Asia. And then they said it was in North Korea, and then they found out it was a nuclear test. I said, I never heard of a Richter scale in the high 8s. And if you look, there has been no missile launches. They've blown up their missile area. That's going to take place. That has not been written into the contract. We're going to give you the exact details on that. But they secured a halt of all missiles and of all nuclear tests. They secured the closure of their single primary nuclear test site, all three of them. They're in an area that's common around each other. They secured the closure. They secured the commitment to destroy the missile engine testing site. That was not in your agreement. I got that after we signed the agreement. I said, do me a favor. You've got this missile engine testing site. We know where it is because of the heat. It's incredible the equipment we have, to be honest with you. I said, can you close it up? You're going to close it up. We maintain the ability to continue to apply sanctions. So we're applying sanctions. Now, I had 300 sanctions that I was getting ready to put on last week, and I said, I can't really put on sanctions when I'm meeting with. I thought it would be very disrespectful. 300 very big ones, powerful ones. And I said it would be disrespectful. So, Jennifer, when you look at all of those things that we got, and when we got our hostages back, I didn't pay $1.8 billion in cash, like the hostages that came back from Iran, which was a disgraceful situation, what took place. So we've gotten a lot. So when I hear somebody in the media say that President Trump has agreed to meet, like, it's not a big deal to meet. I think we should meet on a lot of different topics, not just this one. And I really believe a lot of great things can happen. Yes, go ahead, please.
Sir, you just listed off a lot of things that you say you got in this meeting. It wasn't too long ago, though, that you said you defined success of this meeting by North Korea giving up its nuclear weapons.
Well, that's what they're doing.
Well, can you talk about how
Sure,
how
that's what they're doing.
well,
I mean, I don't think
Kim Jong Un for a complete, verifiable, irreversible.
Yeah, I didn't
denuclearization?
honestly.
And can you say why
Right.
you didn't secure those details in this agreement?
Because there's no time. I'm here one day. We're together for many hours intensively, but the process is now going to take place. And I would be surprised, Mike, if they haven't even started already. They have started. They blew up their sites. They blew up their testing site. So, but I will say, he knew prior to coming. This wasn't like a surprise. It wasn't like we'd never discussed it. We discussed it. Mike discussed it very strongly with his counterpart in North Korea. They knew that this was, let's say they didn't agree to that, I couldn't sign any agreement. There was no agreement that could have been signed. So they understood that. And it wasn't a big point today because really this had been taken care of more than any other thing because it was all about this. This has been taken care of before we got here. So when we brought that up today, you see the language. It's very strong. It's in the document. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. President. Could you talk about the military consequences for North Korea if they don't follow through on the commitments that you're talking about?
Well, I don't want to talk. Yeah, I know. That's a tough thing to talk about because I don't want to be threatening. I don't want to be threatening. They understood that. And you've seen what was perhaps going to happen. And Seoul has 28 million people. We think we have big cities. You look at New York where it has 8 million people. We think it's a big city. Seoul has 28 million people. Think of that. And it's right next to the border. It's right next to the DMZ. It's right there. I mean, if this would have happened, I think, I've heard, 100,000 people. I think you could have lost 20 million people, 30 million people. This is really an honor for me to be doing this because I think, potentially you could have lost, 30, 40, 50 million people. The city of Seoul, one of the biggest cities in the world, is right next to the border.
You once spoke about fire and fury. Is that no longer the case?
Well, at that time we needed perhaps fire and fury because we could not have allowed that kind of capability from the standpoint of the United States. And certainly Japan wasn't going to allow it either. Japan is right next door.
One more thing. Mr. President, could you tell us about the video that you showed before this?
Yeah.
When did you show that to Kim? What was the goal
Today.
there?
Yeah. We had it made up by some, I hope you liked it. I thought it was good. I thought it was interesting enough to show. One in English and one in Korean. And we had it made up I showed it to him today, actually during the meeting, toward the end of the meeting. And I think he loved it. They were given, we didn't have a big screen like you have the luxury of having. We didn't need it because we had it on a cassette and an iPad, and they played it. And about 8 of their representatives were watching it, and I thought they were fascinated by it. I thought it was well done. I showed it to you because that's the future. I mean, that could very well be the future. And the other alternative is just not a very good alternative. It's just not good. But I showed it because I really want him to do something. Now, I don't think I had to show it because I really believe he wants to. I think he wants to get it done. Yes, go ahead. How's Staten Island Ferry doing? Okay. He wrote the best story about me with the Staten Island Ferry, and after that, he's never written a good story. I don't know what happened. It's a long time ago.
Mr. President, it's been a busy week for you on the international stage. You're leaving this summit here in Singapore having determined that Kim Jong Un is a talented man. You left the G7 summit a few days ago in Canada having determined that Prime Minister Trudeau is weak and dishonest. What do you say to America's allies who worry that you might be jeopardizing our long-term alliances and who worry that you might be treating our historic friends as enemies and our historic enemies as friends?
Well, first of all, I think it's a very fair question. I had a very good meeting with the G7, and I left the meeting, and I'll be honest, we are being taken advantage of by virtually every one of those countries, very, very seriously. Now, the United States, because of bad management at the top, because of presidents that didn't care about trade or didn't understand it or whatever reason, for many years, with China being obviously the most successful at it, but the European Union is second, 151 billion we lost. They were represented at the meeting. And we're being taken advantage of on trade. Canada does have very big advantages over us in terms of trade deficits. We have a big trade deficit with Canada. I was reading where, it's actually a surplus. Not a surplus. It's either 17, but it could actually be 100. You know, they put out a document. I don't know if you saw it. They didn't want me to see it, but we found it. Perhaps they were trying to show the power they have. It's close to $100 billion a year loss with Canada. They don't take our farm products, many of them. They charge what was 270%, but somebody told me the other day that a few months ago they raised it to 295% for dairy products. And it's very unfair to our farmers, and it's very unfair to the people of our country, the workers, the farmers, the companies. And we are not able to trade. They have tremendous barriers up. They have tremendous tariffs. So when I put in a countervailing tariff just to get us up a little bit so the balance isn't so much, it's like this. They said, oh, that's so terrible. I said, what's terrible? We have to catch you a little bit. We have to have a little balance. Even if it's not complete, we have to have a little balance. I say this with many countries. Anyway, we finished the meeting. Really, everybody was happy. And I agreed to sign something. I asked for changes. I demanded changes, and those changes were made. In fact, the picture with Angela Merkel, who I get along with very well, where I'm sitting there like this, that picture was, we're waiting for the document because I wanted to see the final document as changed by the changes that I requested. That was a very friendly, I know it didn't look friendly, and I know it was reported like sort of nasty both ways. I was angry at her. Actually, we were just talking, the whole group, about something unrelated to everything, very friendly, waiting for the document to come back so I could read it before I leave. Anyway, I left and it was very friendly. When I got onto the plane, I think that Justin probably didn't know that Air Force One has about 20 televisions. And I see the television, and he's giving a news conference about how he will not be pushed around by the United States. And I say, push him around. We just shook hands. It was very friendly. Look, countries cannot continue to take advantage of us on trade. The numbers are out. Over the last couple of years, and over the last many years, but over the last couple of years, this country has lost $800 billion on trade with other countries, the biggest one being China. $800 billion. $151 billion with the European Union. They don't take our agricultural products, barely. They don't take a lot of what we have, and yet they send Mercedes into us. They send BMWs into us by the millions. It's very unfair. And it's very unfair to our workers, and I'm going to straighten it out, and it won't even be tough. Okay? Thank you. Go ahead. Go ahead. I would like to involve Congress, yes. And no, I have a good relationship with Justin Trudeau. I really did. Other than he had a news conference that he had because he assumed I was in an airplane and I wasn't watching. He learned that's going to cost a lot of money for the people of Canada. He learned, you can't do that. You can't do that. We left. We had a very good relationship. I've had a good relationship with Justin. I have a good relationship with all. I have a very good relationship with Angela Merkel. But on NATO, we're paying 4.2%. She's paying 1% of a much smaller GDP than we have. We're paying 4.2% on a much larger. We're paying for, I mean, anyone can say from 60 to 90% of NATO. And we're protecting countries of Europe. And then on top of it, they kill us on trade. So you just can't have it that way. It's unfair to our taxpayers and to our people. But no, I have a good relationship with Justin, and I have, I think, a very good relationship with Chairman Kim right now. I really do. I think, I hope it's good, because if it is, we're going to solve a very big problem. I think we've gone a long way to solving it today. Should we keep going for a little while? I don't know. It's up to the legendary Sarah Huckabee Sanders. Should we keep going, Sarah? Okay, we'll go. Well, I don't care. Hey, you know, it just means we get home a little later in the evening, right? Yeah, go ahead. Sure, go ahead. Go ahead.
Hi, Mr. President.
How are you?
I'm
nice,
good.
Nice
From the
to see you.
Straits Times of Singapore. Welcome to the country.
Thank you very much.
I hope you enjoyed our food.
Beautiful country, I did.
I just wanted to find out, you describe this as a process. What is the immediate next step? Is there some ongoing dialogue?
Yes. Oh, we're getting together next week to go into the details.
And that's our
Secretary
official
Pompeo,
level?
yeah, next week with John Bolton and our entire team to go over the details and to get this stuff done. We want to get it done. He wants to get it done. We're also working very much with South Korea. We're working with Japan. We're working with China to a lesser extent, but we're working with China.
And you're coming back to Singapore?
I would come back gladly. Your Prime Minister was fantastic. We were with him yesterday. He's done a great job. It was very welcoming. It really probably probably made a difference, actually. It's a great place. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr.
Yes, ma'am.
President.
Thank you, Mr. President. What was it about that first interaction with Chairman Kim this morning that made you decide not to walk away after you said that you would know within the first minute if he was sincere?
I've said that about relationships. I've said that about people. You know, in the first second, now I was generous, I said 5 seconds, but you know, in the first second, in some cases, sometimes that doesn't work out. But sometimes it does. From the beginning, we got along. But there's been a lot of groundwork. This wasn't like we went and we started talking about, as you know, right? We didn't just come in and start talking about these very complex subjects that have been going on for 70 years. We've been discussing this for months. And, you know, once the rhetoric stopped, once they did a great thing. You know, North Korea did a great thing by going to the Olympics, because the Olympics, and President Moon will tell you this, the Olympics was not exactly doing great. People didn't feel like being bombed out of the opening ceremonies. You know, they weren't exactly selling tickets. And as soon as the Chairman Kim, said, let's participate in the Olympics, it sold like wildfire and was a great success as an Olympics. It was a great success. He did a great thing. But since that time, pretty much since that time, because as you know, a delegation came from South Korea who had just met with North Korea. They came to the White House. They told me lots of things, including the fact that they'd be willing to de-nuke. We have one of their great people here today, that they were willing to de-nuke. And once that started, we have been really talking about that from the end of the Olympics, when the whole delegation came to say various things, including de-nuking.
If I may, a second question. In the document that you signed earlier today, North Korea agreed to commit to denuclearization. To borrow a phrase that you have used to criticize your predecessors and political opponents, how do you ensure that North Korea is not
all talk, no action.
Well, I think, can you ensure anything? Can I ensure that you're going to be able to sit down properly when you sit down? I mean, you can't ensure anything. All I can say is they want to make a deal. That's what I do. My whole life has been deals. I've done great at it. And that's what I do. And I know when somebody wants to deal, and I know when somebody doesn't. A lot of politicians don't. That's not their thing. But it is my thing. I mean, again, this really could have been done, I think, easier a long time ago. But I know I just feel very strongly, my instinct, my ability or talent, they want to make a deal. And making a deal is a great thing for the world. It's also a great thing for China, because I can't imagine that China is happy with somebody having nuclear weapons so close. So, China was very helpful. So I think he wants to make a deal. Can anybody be certain? But we're going to be certain soon because the negotiations continue. Okay? Thank you very much. Go ahead.
You mentioned that you have raised extensively the issue of human rights with
Yes.
Chairman Kim. I wonder what you would say to the group of people who have no ability whatsoever to hear or to see this press conference, the 100,000 North Koreans kept in a network of gulags. Have you betrayed them by legitimizing the regime in Pyongyang?
No, I think I've helped them because I think things will change. I think I've helped them. There's nothing I can say. All I can do is do what I can do. We have to stop the nuclearization. We have to do other things, and that's a very important thing. So at a certain point, hopefully you'll be able to ask me a much more positive question or make a statement. But not much I can do right now. At a certain point, I really believe he's going to do things about it. I think they are one of the great winners today, that large group of people that you're talking about. I think ultimately they're going to be one of the great winners as a group. Yes, sir, go ahead. Go ahead. Yeah.
Would you ever consider removing the sanctions without significant improvement in the human rights situation?
No, I want significant improvement. I want to know that it won't be happening. And again, once you start that process, there'll be a point at which, even though you won't be finished for a while because it can't happen scientifically or mechanically, but you're not going to be able to go back. Once we reach that point, I'll start to give that very serious thought. Yes, go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. You first.
Mr. President, did you also discuss the cost of denuclearization and how North Korea is about to foot the bill while the crippling sanctions remain in place? I'm from Channel News Asia, Singapore.
Well, I think that South Korea and I think that Japan will help them very greatly. I think they're prepared to help them. They know they're going to have to help them. I think they're going to help them very greatly. We won't have to help them. The United States has been paying a big price at a lot of different places. But South Korea, which obviously is right next door, and Japan, which essentially is next door, they're going to be helping them, and I think they're going to be doing a very generous job and a terrific job. So they will be helping them. And yes, ma'am, go ahead, behind, yes.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
I'd like to follow up on Steve's question. He asked you how long it would take to denuclearize the Korean Peninsula. You said a long time. What does that mean?
Well, I don't know when you say a long time. I think we will do it as fast as it can be done scientifically, as fast as it can be done mechanically. I don't think, I've read horror stories. It's a 15-year process, okay? Assuming you wanted to do it quickly, I don't believe that. I think whoever wrote that is wrong. But there will be a point at which, when you're 20% through, you can't go back. I had an uncle who was a great professor for, I believe, 40 years at MIT, and I used to discuss nuclear with him all the time. He was a great expert. He was a great, brilliant genius, Dr. John Trump at MIT. I think he was there 40 years, I was told. In fact, the head of MIT sent me a book on my uncle. But we used to talk about nuclear. You're talking about a very complex subject. It's not just like, oh, gee, let's get rid of the nukes. It takes a period of time. But the main period of time that I'm talking is that first period. When you hit a certain point, you can't go back. It's very hard to go back.
And how long will that take?
We don't know, but it'll go pretty quickly. Go ahead. Sure.
Thanks, Mr. President. I wanted to ask again on the sanctions campaign. You alluded at the very beginning that the Chinese are not doing as great a job securing the border as they were before. You expressed, some doubts when Kim went to see President Xi. The Russian foreign minister was in Pyongyang and said there shouldn't be any sanctions while these negotiations are underway. And the South Koreans are now talking about restoring some form of trade. So with all of those players appearing to be moving toward eroding sanctions, how can you keep the sanctions regime in place? What leverage do you have on these countries?
Well, I think we have a lot of leverage. I think we have tremendous leverage. I do believe that China, despite my relationship with President Xi, a man who I told you I have great respect for and like also a lot, we're having very tough talks on trade. And I think that probably affects China somewhat, but I have to do what I have to do. And I think over the last 2 months, the border is more open than it was when we first started. But that is what it is. We have to do it. We have a tremendous deficit in trade, commonly known as a trade deficit. We have a tremendous deficit in trade with China. We have to do something about it. We can't continue to let that happen. And I think that has had an impact on my relationship in terms of the border. I don't think it has a relationship, I don't think it affects my feeling or my relationship to President Xi, but when we first started, we weren't ready to go that route. And as we started preparing and getting ready to do that, I think that's had an impact on, frankly, the border, which is a shame. But I have to do it. I have no choice. For our country, I have to do it. South Korea will do whatever's necessary to get a deal done. If that means we can't trade, they're not going to trade. They're definitely not going to trade. If they think, and they would do this with our concurrence, if they think that they can do some work because we're very far down the line, we're actually very far. That document, when you read it today, that's far down the line. That's not something that just happened to be put together. This was done over months. And again, the rhetoric was important and the sanctions were important. I don't even know which one was more important. They were both important. Yeah, go ahead.
Mr. President, David Sanger for the New York Times. I was wondering if you could give us some sense of whether Chairman Kim told you how many nuclear weapons he believes he's made, whether he's willing to turn those over first, and then whether in your mind you need to do more than was done in the Iran deal for actually dismantling both the uranium and the plutonium processes, and whether or not you've had a sense that Chairman Kim really understood what that involves and had a timetable in his own mind of shutting that.
Well, David, I can tell you he understands. He understands it so well. He understands it better than the people that are doing the work for him. That is an easy one. As far as what he has, it's substantial, very substantial. The timing will go quickly. I believe you'll see some good action. I mean, as an example, one of the things with the missile site, I think you're probably surprised to hear that was a throw-in at the end, the missile site. But I really believe, David, that it's going to go very quickly. I really believe that it's going to go fast. And it is a very substantial arsenal. There's no question about it. I used to say, maybe it's all talk and no action. But we have pretty good intelligence into that, although probably less there than any other country. You understand that maybe better than anybody in the room. Probably less there than any other country. But we have enough intelligence to know that what they have is very substantial. This is why, David, I always say that this shouldn't have taken place so late into the process. Wouldn't this have been better if it was 5 years ago or 20 years ago or 15 years ago and we didn't have to worry about not having a successful meeting like today? And I still love my first interview with you, David. I still have that interview, actually. Yeah, go ahead. Thank you.
Chairman Kim Jong Un, will it be in Pyongyang or Washington?
We haven't set that up. We'll probably need another summit. We'll probably need, or meeting, we can use a different term, but we'll probably need another one. I will say this, we're much further along than I would have thought. I did not think we'd be here. I thought, and I've told people, I didn't want to build up people's hopes too much. I told people, I thought that this would be a successful meeting if we got along, we developed a relationship, and we could have maybe gotten to this point in 3 or 4 months from now. But it really happened very quickly. A lot of that was because of the foundation that was, put down before we met A lot of things happened very fast. We didn't have, as an example, bringing back the remains. That was not one of the things that was on our agenda today. I brought it up at the very end because so many people had talked to me about it, and I brought it up at the very end, and he was really very gracious. Instead of saying, well, let's talk about it the next time, he said, it makes sense, we will do it. And he knew, you know, they know where many of those incredible people are, where they're buried, along roads, along highways, along paths, usually, because our soldiers were moving back and forth and they had to move rapidly. It's very sad. But he knew, and that was brought up at the very end, and you know, it was really great that he was able to do it. A lot of people are going to be very happy about that. Yes, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Emerald Robinson, One American News. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you for the nice way you treat us. We appreciate it. Really, it's very good. It's really beautiful what you do. Go ahead.
So you.
And now I'll probably get this killer question.
Well, I do want to talk about the future of North
Okay,
Korea.
it's all right.
Specifically, the people. Kim Jong Un is saying he's wanting a brighter future with prosperity for his people, yet we know they lived under oppression. You showed him this video of what the future could be like, but do you have an idea specifically of the model that he would like to go towards? Economically, is he open to more economic freedom?
It's a good question. So you saw a tape today, and that I think was done really well, but that was done at the highest level of future development. I told him, you may not want this. You may want to do a much smaller version of this. I mean, you're going to do something, but you may want to do a smaller version. You may not want that with the trains and the everything, you know, super, everything the top. And maybe you won't want that. It's going to be up to them. It's going to be up to them. It's going to be up to the people what they want. They may not want that. I can understand that too. But that was a version of what could happen, what could take place. As an example, they have great beaches. You see that whenever they're exploding their cannons into the ocean, right? So I said, boy, look at that. Wouldn't that make a great condo behind? And I explained, I said, you know, instead of doing that, you could have the best hotels in the world right there. Think of it from a real estate perspective. You have South Korea, you have China, and they own the land in the middle. How bad is that, right? It's great. But I told them, I said, you may not want to do what's there. You may want to do a smaller version of it, or, you know, and that could be. Although I tell you what, he looked at that tape, he looked at that iPad, and I'm telling you, they really enjoyed it, I believe. Okay? Yeah, go ahead. A couple of more. Okay, we'll do 3 more. Yeah, go ahead. Go.
Brian Bennett from Time Magazine.
Yes, hi, Brian.
Do
Am I on the cover again this week? Boy, have I been so many covers.
Entirely possible.
Huh? I know. That's
Do you
okay.
now see Kim Jong Un as an equal?
In what way?
You just showed a video that showed you and Kim Jong Un on equal footing in discussing the future of the
No,
country.
I think that I don't view it that way. See, I don't view it that way. I'll do whatever it takes to make the world a safer place. If I have to say I'm sitting on a stage, I mean, I understand what you're getting at. If I have to say I'm sitting on a stage with Chairman Kim, and that's going to get us to save 30 million lives, could be more than that, I'm willing to sit on the stage. I'm willing to travel to Singapore very proudly, very gladly. Again, I you know, other than the fact that it is taking my time, they have given up a tremendous amount. They've given it up even before, and even add the Olympics to it. You know, you could add the Olympics to the question. They went to the Olympics. They took an Olympics that was going to be a massive failure, that maybe wouldn't have even opened. And they made it a tremendous success by agreeing to participate. Add that to the list of things that they've done. So, Brian, if I can save millions of lives by coming here, sitting down, and establishing a relationship with someone who's a very powerful man, who's got firm control of a country, and that country has very powerful nuclear weapons, it's my honor to do it.
Are you concerned that the video you just showed could be used by Kim as propaganda to show him as...
No, I'm not concerned at all. We can use that video for other countries. Go ahead.
Mr. President, in the year 2000, President Clinton got aggressed by Kim
Jong-il
Got impressed?
got a request
Oh.
from Kim Jong-il to travel to Pyongyang and meet him, and Clinton refused. He sent the Secretary of State Albright.
Yeah, he did a great deal. And he spent $3 billion and got nothing. They started making nuclear weapons.
Mr. President,
the day
and you,
later.
on the other hand, got the request and right away went here to meet him. And do you understand those people who say that you gave him the ultimate present, a legitimacy to a regime who oppress its people without an ongoing process before you, as the U.S. President, as the leader of the free world, meet, shake hands with this leader of North Korea who is perceived to be oppressing brutally his own people?
Okay, good. I think we just answered the
But
question.
do you understand these people?
I understand it much better than you do. Okay. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Thank you very much. Yes.
Mr. President, Eliana Johnson with
Sure.
Politico.
Hi.
Hi. You mentioned a couple specific concessions that you got from Kim, the return of remains and the destruction of the nuclear site. And I know you said that was
And
an
much
add-on.
more, and much more than that.
Yeah, I know you said the last thing was an add-on and it wasn't in the agreement, but that he gave you his word. If he doesn't follow through on these things, what are you prepared to do in response, and will you lose faith in this process?
No, I think he'll do it. I really believe that. Otherwise, I wouldn't be doing this. I really believe, and it was really the engine testing site, in addition to all of the other things that they've agreed to do. It was they have a very powerful engine testing site that, again, we're able to see because of the heat that it emits. And yeah, I'm able to. I'm very happy. I'll tell you what, I'm very happy with those 2 points, the 2 points you mentioned, but I think you might be referring to the thing that's not in, which is the engine testing site. Honestly, I think he's going to do these things. I may be wrong. I mean, I may stand before you in 6 months and say, hey, I was wrong. I don't know that I'll ever admit that, but I'll find some kind of an excuse. Okay, one more. Come on. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, sure.
Thanks, Mr. President.
Thank you. Thank you.
Jennifer Chen with Shenzhen Media Group China. I just
Thank
would like to know, will you call Chinese President Xi when you come back to D.C.
Yes.
To discuss about achievements you made today with
Yes.
Chairman Kim? And
I will.
What's your expectation about China's role to accelerate the process to establish a long-term peace mechanism?
Well, my expectation about China is that China is a great country with a great leader and a friend of mine. And I really believe that he's happy that we've made this kind of progress. And I've heard from him. But I will be calling him very shortly, maybe even before I land. Okay? And I have to say, and the United States is a great country. And we have set records economically, over $7 trillion in net worth addition to what we have. And we are almost twice the size, the economy of the United States. Nobody talks about this because you do hear a lot about China, rightfully so. But the United States now is almost twice the size of the economy of China. We have a great country, and we're on a correct path. Okay, one more, that'll be it. Oh, South Korea? Where's South Korea? I think you deserve, go ahead, go. You deserve one, yes. You deserve one.
I've got 2 questions for you, Mr. President. First, you
Speak
mentioned earlier
right
that
English.
you're going to talk with South Korean President Moon Jae-in over the
Yes.
phone. What do you plan to discuss with him?
I just want to tell him about the meeting, very successful, and he'll be very much involved in the final negotiation. He's a very, very fine gentleman, also a friend of mine, and I look forward to speaking to him. He'll be very happy when he hears about, I've already sent word to him about what happened. I sent the document to him, actually, and all of the details behind the document. So I'll be talking to him very shortly.
If I may ask another question, in signing the peace treaty, do you plan to work this out with North Korea's Chairman Kim only, or what do you think about the involvement of South Korea and China as the signatories?
I'd like to have them involved also. There's a question as to whether or not we're supposed to or whether or not we legally have to. I don't care. I think it would be great to have China involved and also, of course, South Korea. Okay? What? Mike, do they have a transcript? They probably have a rough transcript, which you can give us if you have one. No, they didn't record it. I don't think they recorded it. Are there any recordings of it? I wish there were, because it is interesting stuff. Say it. I don't. We probably have some notes or something, but they have actually detailed notes, I would imagine. But we had a great conversation. It was a very heartfelt conversation. Yeah, well, I don't have to verify because I have one of the great memories of all time, so I don't have to. Okay. Okay. Yeah, but I don't want to discuss it. But what we did is we've had numerous discussions. We've had very important relationships established at Mike's level and other levels. In fact, a couple of people are here from, as you know, from North Korea. They're in the room. We have a few people in the back also from the room. So when we went into this final agreement, very importantly, we really didn't go in cold. We went in with tremendous relationship and tremendous knowledge, and I think that's why we got it done. So I'm going to head back. I don't know about you folks, but it's been a long time since I've taken it easy. So now we can take it a little bit easy, and then the work begins again. And I appreciate everybody being here. I hope we've answered your questions. And thank you very much. And sort of congratulations to everybody, because this is really, to me, it's a very important event in world history. And to be really true to myself, I have to add, I want to get it completed. So Mike, our whole team has to get to work and get it completed, because otherwise we've done a good job. But if you don't get the ball over the goal line, it doesn't mean enough, okay? So thank you, and sort of congratulations to everybody in the room. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you. Feel good. Feel very good. Very good. Thank you. Earlier this week, I returned from a historic summit in Singapore where I met with Chairman Kim Jong Un of North Korea. This summit marked a new beginning for relations between the United States and North Korea, and it opened the path to a future for all Koreans, North and South. The summit also made a clean break from the failed approaches of past administrations, and failed they were. Our meeting was the first time a sitting American president has ever met with a leader of North Korea. Our conversation was open, honest, direct, and very, very productive. We produced something that is beautiful. At the conclusion of the summit, we signed a joint statement in which Chairman Kim, quote, reaffirmed his firm and unwavering commitment to complete denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula. This is the beginning of the process toward the denuclearization of North Korea. I sometimes say the denuking of North Korea, and those are beautiful words. During our conversation, I emphasized the tremendous new prosperity, security, and opportunity that awaits North Korea when they denuclearize. As I said in Singapore, Chairman Kim has the chance to seize an incredible future for his people. Anyone can make war, but only the most courageous can make peace. Our world has seen more than enough conflict. If there's a chance at peace, if there's a chance to end the horrible threat of nuclear conflict, then we must pursue it at all cost. The people of America, the people of Korea, the people of the world deserve a future of security and of peace. And that is why we signed this joint statement. In the coming days and weeks and months, Secretary Pompeo will be working directly with North Korea to implement the denuclearization deal. In the meantime, sanctions will remain in place. We know that there is a great deal of work ahead, but peace is always worth that effort. We have been working very hard. I made the trip. It was worth every second. It was an incredible event. The people of Asia feel safe, and right now, the people from all over the world feel much safer than the days before I was president. We're doing a good job. We're working very hard, and we're going to produce. It's all going to happen. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless America.
people's memories and
Mr. President, what do you hope to achieve in your talks with the chairman?
I think they'll be very successful. Great relationship. I think they're going to be very successful. We look forward to it. We both do.
Have you walked back at all on denuclearization in North Korea?
No. Thank you all very much. Thank you. Thank you. I think we're going to cheer.
Mr. President, are you going to declare an end to the Korean War, sir?
We'll see. We'll see soon. Thank you. Thank you all very much. You're coming back.
우리 30분이라는 시간 동안에 아주 또 흥미로운 이야기를 많이 했습니다.
You know, we had exchanged very interesting dialogue with each other for about 30 minutes.
Boy, if you could have heard that dialogue, what you would pay for that dialogue, it was good. So we're going to have a very busy day tomorrow, and we'll probably have a pretty quick dinner. And a lot of things are going to be solved, I hope, and I think it'll lead to really a wonderful situation long term. And our relationship is a very special relationship.
오늘 그 만찬을 한 다음에 또 내일은 하루 종일 또 아주 진지하게 회담을 할 예정입니다. 우리는 굉장히 좋은 관계를 가지고 있고 아마 성공적인 회담으로 성공이 될 것입니다.
And, thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. See you tomorrow.
뭐 기자들 이렇게 많이 궁금해하는데 간단히 기자들한테 한마디 해야 될 건 계십니까?
Well, they seem to be very much, you know, a lot of questions that they seem to ask. So,
Oh, I have plenty.
you want to say something?
내가 가볍게 네 마디 말씀드리겠습니다.
So maybe I would like to start if you don't
Please. 지난 그 싱가포르 6월에 싱가포르에서 만났을 때부터 지금까지 꼭 261일 만에 작가를 만나고 뵙니다.
So it's exactly 261 days since we met last time in Singapore in June last year.
Yes.
오늘 또다시 이런 훌륭한 상봉이 마련되게 된 건 각하의 그 남다른 통큰 정치적 결단이 안아온 일이라고 생각합니다.
And I truly believe that this successful and great meeting that we're having today is thanks to the courageous decision, political decision that your Mr. President made.
그 261일 동안 그 사이 보면 사방에 그 불신과 오해에 있는 소리들도 있고 그 적대적인 낡은 관행이 우리가 가는 길을 막으려고 했지만 우리는 그것들을 다 애들고 극복하고 해서 다시 마주 걸어서 261일 만에 여기 하노이까지 걸어왔습니다.
So during that 261 days since we last met, there have been some misunderstandings. There have been, these eyes from the world who are misunderstanding our situation. And there was some hostility that still remained from the very, very past period, that from the outside. But however, we have been able to overcome all those obstacles, and here we are today, after 261 days in Hanoi.
그 기간이 때문에 생각해 보면 좀 어느 때보다도 많은 그 고민과 노력 그리고 그 인내가 필요했던 그런 기간이었던 것 같습니다.
And I truly believe that those 261 days were the days during which a lot of painstaking efforts were necessary, and also a lot of patience were needed.
그래서 오늘 여기서 이렇게 같이 만났습니다. 이번에 보다 더 모든 사람들이 반기는 그런 훌륭한 결과가 만들어질 거라고 확신하고 또 그렇게 되기 위해서 최선을 다하겠습니다.
But here we are today, sitting next to each other, and that gives us a hope that we will be successful this time, and I would really try to make that happen.
Thank you very much. That's really nice. Well, I wanted to say it's an honor to be with Chairman Kim. It's an honor to be together in really a country, Vietnam, where they've really rolled out the red carpet, and they're very honored to have us. And it's great to be with you. We had a very successful first summit. I felt it was very successful. And some people would like to see it go quicker. I'm satisfied, you're satisfied. We want to be happy with what we're doing. But I thought the first summit was a great success, and I think this one hopefully will be equal or greater than the first. And we made a lot of progress, and I think the biggest progress was our relationship is really a good one.
네, 대단히 감사합니다. 김정은 위원장님 다시 만나게 되어서 영광입니다. 그리고 또 오늘 같이 하게 되어서 또 매우 기쁩니다. 우리가 베트남에서 만났습니다. 베트남이 아주 우리를 굉장히 환영을 하고 레드카펫을 깐 것처럼 그렇게 환영하고 있습니다. 우리는 첫 번째 그 정상회담을 굉장히 성공적으로 마쳤습니다. 어떤 사람들은 우리의 어떤 진전이 더 빨리 갔으면 하고 그렇게 원하는 사람도 있지만 내가 보기에는 우리가 상당히 잘하고 있고 또 첫 번째 그 정상회담이 굉장히 성공적이었습니다. 이번 회담도 첫 번째 것과 같은 성공 또는 아니면 더 성공하기를 바라고 있습니다. 그리고 우리는 아마 이번에 더 많은 진전을 이룰 것 같습니다.
And as I've said many times, and I say it to the press, I say it to anybody that wants to listen, I think that your country has tremendous economic potential, unbelievable, unlimited. And I think that you will have a tremendous future with your country, a great leader. And I look forward to watching it happen and helping it to happen. And we will help it to happen.
우리 그 여러 번 제가 얘기를 했고 또 언론들한테도 제가 여러 번 했습니다만은 저는 조선이 엄청난 경제적인 잠재력을 가지고 있다라고 그렇게 생각합니다. 그리고 앞으로 큰 성공을 이룰 거로 생각합니다. 위대한 지도자 밑에서 아주 잘할 거로 생각합니다. 그리고 앞으로 그러한 성공을 저는 계속 보게 되기를 기대하고 있습니다.
Thank you all very much. We appreciate it. And we're going to go have dinner. And then we have some big meetings scheduled for tomorrow. And we'll see you, I guess, at a news conference at some point during the day. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, do you have any reaction to Michael Cohen of his testimony?
Thank you. Are you all having a good time in Hanoi? Everybody having a good time? Everybody, Jeff? I hope.
Chairman Kim, are you ready to denuclearize?
김 위원장님 비핵화 준비되셨습니까?
그런 의지가 없다면 여기 오지 않았을 겁니다.
If I'm not willing to do that, I won't be here right now.
That's a good answer. Wow, that might be the best answer you've ever heard.
아마 최고의 대답을 하실 것 같습니다.
우리
비핵화를 위해서 구체적인 조치들을 취하실 결심이 되어 있습니까? 아니면 아직 안 됐습니까? 아직 그때까지는.
오늘 지금 그 이야기를 하고 있습니다.
That is what we are discussing right now.
And don't raise your voice, please. This isn't like dealing with Trump.
네, 목소리 크게 하지 마십시오. 나하고 얘기하는 게 아닙니다.
매우 궁금해하는 것 같습니다.
They all seem to be, anxious to know.
I think they're anxious and they're calm.
Chairman Kim, are you discussing human rights with President Trump?
인권도 논의하고 있습니까?
We're discussing everything.
모든 걸 다 논의하고 있습니다, 지금.
So I just want to thank everybody for being here. We're having very productive discussions. We'll see where it all goes, but we are having very productive discussions, and we appreciate it. I think we're having a press conference later on, and we'll then be heading out back to our respective homes. But I think we've had very, very productive discussions, and the relationship is as good as it's ever been. Better, I think better. Go ahead.
우리가 지금 그 상당히 생산적인 그러한 회의를 하고 있습니다. 생산적인 회의를 하고 있습니다. 그리고 나중에 또 기자회견을 하게 되겠습니다만 일단 지금 상당히 생산적인 회의를 하고 있고 기자회견이 끝난 다음엔 각자 자기 나라로 돌아가게 됩니다. 우리 관계는 그 어느 때보다 좋고 또 오늘도 더 좋아졌습니다.
More political what?
종전 선언을 할 시간이 되었습니까?
I think no matter what happens, we're going to ultimately have a deal that's really good for Chairman Kim and his country and for us. I think ultimately that's what's going to happen. That's where it's all leading. It doesn't mean we're doing it in one day or 2 days, but it's all leading toward a very, very big success. And I really believe that with this great leadership, I really believe that North Korea is going to be very successful. And economically, it's going to be something very, very special. Go ahead.
네, 궁극적으로 우리는 아주 큰 성공으로 나아가고 있습니다. 물론 이것이 하루나 이틀에 다 되는 것은 아니지만 앞으로 방향은 큰 성공으로 나아가고 있다 생각합니다. 그리고 김정은 위원장의 훌륭한 지도력 하에서 북한은 굉장히 아주 성공적인 미래로 나아가고 있습니다.
Chairman Kim, are you ready to allow the United States to have an office in Pyongyang?
미국-
Are you ready for that step?
김정은 위원장님, 그 미국이 평양에 연락사무소를 개설하는 것에 대해서 준비가 되어 있으십니까? Is it better to leave, let the
Yeah, I think we will.
media go?
I think we will. It's actually an interesting question. I would like to actually hear that answer because it's
네.
actually not a bad idea.
그런데 지금 이 질문에 대한 위원장의 답변을 듣고 싶습니다.
아마 환영할 만한 일이라고 생각합니다.
Well, I think that is something which is welcomeable.
If it's welcome, today would be announced?
오늘 발표가 될 예정입니까?
I actually think it's a good idea, both ways.
나도 이게
both
좋은
ways.
생각이라고 생각합니다. 이거는 양쪽 상방향 다 좋은 그런 일이라고 생각합니다.
우리가 충분한 이야기를 좀 더 할 시간을 주셨으면 좋겠습니다. 우린 1분이라도 귀중하니까.
If you would kindly give us more time between us, because 1 minute, even 1 minute is more precious to us.
Yeah.
감사합니다.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, thank you very much. I want to begin by thanking the Prime Minister and President of Vietnam. We're in Hanoi. It's an incredible city. And what's happened over the last 25 years has been incredible for the people of Vietnam, the job they've done, economic development, really something special. So I want to thank all of the people of Vietnam for having treated us so well. We have, I think, reasonably attractive news from Pakistan and India. They've been going at it, and we've been involved in trying to have them stop. And we have some reasonably decent news. I think hopefully that's going to be coming to an end. It's been going on for a long time, decades and decades. There's a lot of dislike, unfortunately. So we've been in the middle trying to help them both out, see if we can get some organization and some peace. And I think probably that's going to be happening. We have Venezuela, as you know, has been very much in the news, and we're sending supplies. Supplies are getting through a little bit more. It's not easy. It's hard to believe somebody would say, let's not do it. What difference would that make, except it's great for his people to let it get through? But we're sending a lot of supplies down to Venezuela. People are starving to death. And you would really think that the man in charge currently would let those supplies get through. We are getting them into some of the cities and some of the areas that need them the most, and it's not an easy job. It's very difficult, actually. On North Korea, we just left Chairman Kim. We had a really, I think, a very productive time. We thought, and I thought, and Secretary Pompeo felt that it wasn't a good thing to be signing anything. I'm going to let Mike speak about it. But we literally just left. We spent pretty much all day with Kim Jong Un, who is, he's quite a guy and quite a character, and I think our relationship is very strong. But at this time, we had some options, and at this time we decided not to do any of the options, and we'll see where that goes. But it was a very interesting 2 days, and I think actually it was a very productive 2 days, but sometimes you have to walk. And this was just one of those times, and I'll let Mike speak to that for a couple of minutes, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. We had been working, our teams, the team that I brought to bear, as well as the North Koreans, for weeks to try and develop a path forward. So at the summit, we could make a big step along the way towards what the two leaders had agreed to back in Singapore in June of last year. We made real progress, and indeed we made even more progress when the two leaders met over the last 36 hours. Unfortunately, we didn't get all the way. We didn't get to something that ultimately made sense for the United States of America. I think Chairman Kim was hopeful that we would. We asked him to do more. He was unprepared to do that, but I'm still optimistic. I'm hopeful that the teams will get back together in the days and weeks ahead and continue to work out. It's a very complex problem. We have said since the beginning that this would take time, Our teams have gotten to know each other better. We know what the limits are. We know where some of the challenges are. And I think as we continue to work on this in the days and weeks ahead, we can make progress so that we can ultimately achieve what it is that the world wants, which is to denuclearize North Korea, to reduce risk for the American people and the people all around the world. I wish we could have gotten a little bit further, but I'm very optimistic that the progress that we made, both in the run-up to this summit, as well as the progress that the two leaders made over these past 2 days, put us in position to get a really good outcome. And the President and Chairman Kim both felt good that they had made that progress, but couldn't quite get along the line any further to make a deal that would have been bigger at this point. I hope we'll do so in the weeks ahead. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you.
All right, Major, please.
Sorry, Mr. President. Has this process been more difficult than you thought? And was the North Korean demand for lifting of some sanctions the real sticking point here, in that you did not want to do that and they did? And will there
it
be
was
a
about
third,
the sanctions.
Will there be a third summit, Mr. President?
Basically, they wanted the sanctions lifted in their entirety, and we couldn't do that. They were willing to denuke a large portion of the areas that we wanted, but we couldn't give up all of the sanctions for that. So we continue to work, and we'll see, but we had to walk away from that particular suggestion. We had to walk away from that.
Will all the sanctions that are currently in existence remain, sir?
They're in place. So, you know, I was watching, as a lot of you folks over the weeks have said, we've given up. We haven't given up anything. And frankly, I think we'll end up being very good friends with Chairman Kim and with North Korea, and I think they have tremendous potential. I've been telling everybody they have tremendous potential, unbelievable potential, but we're going to see. But it was about sanctions. I mean, they wanted sanctions lifted, but they weren't willing to do an area that we wanted. They were willing to give us areas, but not the ones we wanted. John?
As we know, I mean, there's an incredibly complex set of issues that are at play here in terms of lifting the sanctions and what denuclearization is.
Right.
Did you get any distance toward sort of what Kim's vision of denuclearization is? Because there is a lot of a line of thinking that he wants to keep some nukes.
Yeah.
I mean, would you allow him to do that? And if you
Well, I don't, John, I don't want to comment. Excuse me, I don't want to comment on that exactly, but he has a certain vision. And it's not exactly our vision, but it's a lot closer than it was a year ago. And I think, you know, eventually we'll get there. But for this particular visit, we decided that we had to walk, and we'll see what happens. Okay? No, look, we have a gentleman nobody's ever heard of that was Sean Hannity. What are you doing here, Sean Hannity? Should we let him do a question? I don't know. Yeah, John, go ahead.
Follow up with you.
Yeah.
So if he wants the sanctions completely off and you want more on denuclearization, how can you bridge that gap between now and the next time you might sit down together?
With time, it'll be bridged, I think, at a certain point. But there is a gap. We have to have sanctions, and he wants to denuke, but he wants to just do areas that are less important than the areas that we want. We know the country very well, believe it or not. We know every inch of that country, and we have to get what we have to get, because that's a big give. Yes, Sean, please.
I work in radio and TV. The mic's on. Mr. President, thank you. Mr. Secretary, good to see you. Mr. President, if you could elaborate a little bit more. We have some history. President Reagan walked away in Reykjavik. A lot of condemnation at the time, and it ended up working out very well in the end for the United States. Was this mostly your decision, what message would you want to send Chairman Kim as he's listening to this press conference about the future and your relationship?
Well, Sean, I don't want to say it was my decision, because what purpose is that? I want to keep the relationship, and we will keep the relationship. We'll see what happens over the next period of time. But as you know, we got our hostages back. There's no more testing. And one of the things, importantly, that Chairman Kim promised me last night is, regardless, he's not going to do testing of rockets and nuclear. Not going to do testing. So I trust him, and I take him at his word. I hope that's true. But in the meantime, we'll be talking. Mike will be speaking with his people. He's also developed a very good relationship with the people, really the people representing North Korea. I haven't spoken to Prime Minister Abe yet. I haven't spoken to President Moon, South Korea. But we will, and we'll tell them it's a process and it's moving along, but we just felt it wasn't appropriate to sign an agreement today. We could have, I just felt it wasn't very appropriate. Yeah, Jonathan?
Thank you, Mr. President. Two questions, if I may. First, did you learn anything new about Chairman Kim through this meeting? And secondly, of course, while this was going on, the drama back in Washington, your former lawyer, Michael Cohen, who worked for you for 10 years, his office right next to yours, right by yours at Trump Tower, he called you a liar, a con man, a racist. What's your response to Michael Cohen?
Well, it's incorrect, and it's very interesting because I tried to watch as much as I could. I wasn't able to watch too much because I've been a little bit busy. But I think having a fake hearing like that and having it in the middle of this very important summit is really a terrible thing. They could have made it 2 days later or next week, and it would have been even better. They would have had more time. But having it during this very important summit is sort of incredible. And he lied a lot, but it was very interesting because he didn't lie about one thing. He said no collusion with the Russian hoax. And I said, I wonder why he didn't just lie about that too, like he did about everything else. I mean, he lied about so many different things, and I was actually impressed that he didn't say, well, I think there was collusion for this reason or that. He didn't say that. He said no collusion, and I was a little impressed by that, frankly. He could have gone all out. He only won about 95% instead of 100%. But the fact is there is no collusion, and I call it the witch hunt. This should never happen to another president. This is so bad for our country, so bad. You look at this whole hoax. I call it the Russian witch hunt. I now add the word hoax. It's a very, very bad thing for our country. But I was impressed with the fact that he, because the most important question up there was the one on collusion, and he said he saw no collusion. So we'll see what happens, but it was pretty shameful, I think. Yes, ma'am, please.
President Trump. President Trump.
Go ahead. How about one of you instead of three?
Well, actually, I do have the microphone, I guess, so...
Excuse me. Person in the front. Go ahead. No, not you. Excuse me. Yeah, we'll get to you. Thank you.
Thank you, President Trump. Jane Tan with CNN News and Guangdong Television. What was the atmosphere like when you walk away from the negotiation table?
I think it was very good, very friendly. This wasn't a walk away like you get up and walk out. No, this was very friendly. We shook hands. There's a warmth that we have. Now, I hope that stays. I think it will. But we are, we're positioned to do something very special. This has been going on for many decades. This isn't me. This should have been solved during many presidential runs, and people talked about it. They never did anything. I get a kick out of so many people from past administrations telling me how to negotiate when they were there. In some cases, for 8 years, they did nothing. But I think the relationship was very warm, and when we walked away, it was a very friendly walk. Mike, you might want to speak to that for a second.
No, I agree. I talked with my counterparts as well. Look, we hope we do more, but everyone's very focused on how we continue to build on this. We are certainly closer today than we were 36 hours ago, and we were closer then than we were a month or two before that. So real progress was made. I think everyone had hoped we could do just a little bit better, but the departure was with an agreement that we would continue to work on what has been an incredibly difficult problem. Both sides are resolved to achieve it, and everyone walked away in that spirit.
And may I add, you and Chairman Kim are from very different political systems. You are from different generations. And what do you find? It's a very
different system, I would say that's true.
How do you find you guys in common? Because we saw the atmosphere.
We just like each other. I mean, we have a good relationship. It's a totally different system, to put it mildly, but we like each other, good relationship. Go ahead in the back. Go ahead.
Mr. President, do you think it was premature to have held the summit when all these things had not been tied down? I mean, in the White House schedule last night, it said signing agreement today. And I wonder whether, as a follow-up question, whether you could just sketch out what the next few months look like. Thank you.
You always have to be prepared to walk. I could have signed an agreement today, and then you people would have said, oh, what a terrible deal, what a terrible thing he did. No, you have to be prepared to walk. And, you know, there was a potential we could have signed something today. I could have 100% signed something today. We actually had papers ready to be signed, but it just wasn't appropriate. I want to do it right. I'd much rather do it right than do it fast. Yes, please, go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go, first, go, yeah. You have to speak up.
Yes, and yes. I'm a reporter from South Korea, and I appreciate your effort to advance denuclearization in Korean Peninsula. And could you elaborate on the options and the various ways that you discussed with Chairman Kim to advance denuclearization? Could you specify?
We discussed many ways, and the denuclearization is a very important, it's a very important word, become a very well-used word. And a lot of people don't know what it means, but to me it's pretty obvious. We have to get rid of the nukes. I think he's got a chance to have one of the most successful countries, rapidly too, on Earth. Incredible country, incredible location. You're right between, if you think of it, you have on one side Russia and China, and on the other you have South Korea. And you're surrounded by water, and among the most beautiful shorelines in the world. There's tremendous potential in North Korea, and I think he's going to lead it to a very important thing economically. I think it's going to be an absolute economic power. Yes, go ahead, please. Go ahead, yeah.
Mr. President, David Sanger from the New York Times.
I know, David.
6 months ago when you spoke, or 8 months ago in Singapore, you said if you didn't have something in 6 months, we should come back and ask you about it. In that time, you have seen Chairman Kim increase the number of missiles he's produced and continue to produce more nuclear material. And that's been a pressure point on you because he's showing that the arsenal is getting larger while this is going on.
Well, some people, David, are saying that, and some people are denying that. They have shots from above, way above, and some people are saying that, and some people aren't. But I could have taken that out today. But I think you and others would have said we didn't get enough for what we'd be giving up. So, and you know, don't forget, we're partners with a lot of countries on this, if you think about it, with the sanctions. We have a whole big partnership with the United Nations and many countries, including Russia, China, and others. And then, of course, South Korea is very important to this whole thing, and Japan. I don't want to do something that is going to violate the trust that we've built up. We have a very strong partnership.
So can you just give us a little more detail? Did you get into the question of actually dismantling the Yongbyon complex?
Yes, absolutely.
And does he seem willing ultimately to take all of that out?
Sure, totally.
He does. He just wants all the sanctions off first.
He would do that, but he wants the sanctions for that. And as you know, there's plenty left after that. And I just felt it wasn't good. Mike and I spent a long time negotiating and talking about it to ourselves, and just, I felt that that particular, as you know, that facility, while very big, it wasn't enough to do what we were doing.
So he was willing to do Yongbyon, but you wanted more than that, I assume?
We had to have more than that, yeah. We had to have more than that, because there are other things that you haven't talked about, that you haven't written about, that we found, and we have to have. That was done a long time ago, but the people didn't know about.
Including the uranium, including the second uranium enrichment plant.
Exactly, and we brought many, many points up that I think they were surprised that we knew. But we had to do more than just the one level, because if we did the one level and we gave up all of that leverage, it's been taking a long time to build.
So he
and I want to take.
He was not willing to take out that second.
David, I want to take off the sanctions so badly because I want that country to grow. That country has got such potential, but they have to give up more. We could have done that deal. Mike, you want to speak to that?
Only, David. There are also timing and sequencing issues that were associated with that as well, which we didn't quite get across the finish line as well. But remember, too, even that facility, even the Yongbyon facility, and all of its scope, which is important for sure, still leaves missiles, still leaves warheads and weapon systems. So there's a lot of other elements that we just couldn't get to.
And the listing of all of them, which
yes, sir, and a declaration associated. All of those things we couldn't quite get there today.
That's right. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
I just wanted to clarify, when you talk about what you would be willing to give up all of the sanctions for,
Right.
are you still thinking that you want North Korea to give up everything to do complete, verifiable
Well, I don't want to say
denuclearization
that
before you lift
Yeah.
sanctions?
Yeah, it's a good question. I don't want to say that to you because I don't want to put myself in that position from the standpoint of negotiation, but, you know, we want a lot to be given up, and we're giving up. And we'll have to, you know, we'll be helping them along economically, us and many other countries are going to be helping. They're going to be in there. They're prepared to help. I can tell you Japan, South Korea, I think China, so many. And speaking of China, we're very well on our way to doing something special, but we'll see. I mean, I am always prepared to walk. I'm never afraid to walk from a deal. And I would do that with China, too, if it didn't work out.
Are you concerned if you're not able to reach an agreement that the testing will start again, or that while all of this time
Well,
is
he said
happening,
the
by, they're
testing, yeah.
continuing to develop their program?
He said the testing will not start. He said that he's not going to do testing of rockets or missiles or anything having to do with nuclear. And all I can tell you is that's what he said, and we'll see. Yes, go ahead, please. Go ahead, please. In the back. Red, in the red.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Yes, thank you.
Jessica Stone from CGTN. I have a question about China, as you were talking about. You talk about China being willing potentially to help economically, and the fact that you've talked or will talk to Presidents Moon and Prime Minister Abe. How would you describe China's role in facilitating the engagement that's happened so far between Pyongyang and Washington?
I think China's been a big help, bigger than most people know. On the border, as you know, 93% of the goods coming into North Korea come through China. So there's a great power there. At the same time, I happen to believe that North Korea is calling its own shots. They're not taking orders from anybody. He's a very strong guy, and they're able to do things that are pretty amazing. But 93% still come in from China. China has an influence, and China's been a big help. And Russia's been a big help, too. As you know, there's a pretty small part of the border, but nevertheless significant, about 28 miles, and things can happen there too, and they've been a help. Yes, go ahead, please.
Thanks, President. Jen Chen with Shenzhen Media Group of China. In your meeting with Chairman Kim this morning and yesterday, did the topic of China come up? If so, what can you share with us today? And you probably will have the end of Mar-a-Lago summit in March with Chinese President Xi Jinping. What would you like accomplished with your agenda regarding China at that time? Thank you.
We did talk about China today a lot, and he's getting along with China, and so are we. And we are, we're right now, you look at what's happened to our country. We've picked up trillions and trillions of dollars of net worth. Our stock market is almost at its all-time high. Our economy is incredible. Our unemployment numbers are among the best we've ever had in our history. Individual groups like African American, women, you just take a look at any group, Hispanic, you saw that, just came out, the best in history, African American best in history. So many different numbers are coming out so good. So we have the strongest economy, possibly that we've ever had. Fiat Chrysler just announced that they're going to spend $4.5 billion right next to Detroit in Michigan. They're building a tremendous plant. It's actually an expansion of another plant. It's going to double up their jobs and even more than that. A lot of great things are happening. And with China, they're having some difficulty, as you know. But I think that a lot of the difficulty is because of the tariffs that they're having. And in addition to that, we're putting a tremendous amount of money. You saw trade deficits went down last month. Everyone was trying to find out why. Well, we're taking in a lot of tariff money, and it's going right to the bottom line, and it has reduced the trade deficit. So we'll see what happens with China. I think we have a very good chance. Their numbers are down, but I don't want that. I want their numbers. I want them to do great. But we've been losing anywhere from $300 to $500 billion a year with China for many, many years. And again, like other things, many presidents should have done this before me, and nobody did. So we're doing it. Go ahead, please. Me? Right here, this gentleman.
Chado Carroll from NK News, Specialist North Korea News.
Good.
What's your message for President Moon, who has effectively reached the glass ceiling as far as inter-Korean cooperation is concerned due to sanctions, and what's next for U.S. ROK military drills?
Well, I like President Moon very much. We have a great relationship. Believe it or not, I have a great relationship with almost every leader. A lot of people find that hard to understand, but I do. But some take advantage of our country like you wouldn't believe, and when they know I know it, which I know in every case, maybe it sort of freezes them up a little bit. But we do. We have a lot of good relationships. We'll be calling President Moon very soon as I get by the phone on the plane, and he'll be one of the first calls. I'll be calling Prime Minister Abe of Japan, telling him about where we are and what we're doing. But I'll be making those calls. No, he's working very hard. President Moon is working very hard. He'd love to see a deal. And he's been very helpful. Okay? Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm Yang Sheng, reporter from Global Times China. I would like to ask you that what are you expecting China to do in the next step to mediate your relationship with North Korea? Thank you.
To use China?
Yeah, from China.
Well, we do. I mean, China's been very helpful. President Xi is a great leader. He's a highly respected leader all over the world, and especially in Asia. And he's helped us, Mike, I would say he's helped us a lot, right? Yes. I actually called him just recently to say, hey, whatever you can do on this. But he has been very helpful at the border, and he's been very, very helpful with, I think, North Korea generally. Could he be a little more helpful? Probably. But he's been excellent. Go ahead, please. No, yeah, please.
Sorry. Maybe Hallie next.
That's okay. You're friends.
Thanks, Mr. President. Did you commit with Chairman Kim to a next summit during your term?
No.
Okay.
We'll see if it happens. It happens. I have not committed.
They are at this point, some would say, a nuclear power. Do you accept North Korea as a nuclear armed state, at least for the time being? And are you thinking about reimposing the military exercises with South Korea, or will you keep in a freeze?
Well, the military exercises, I gave that up quite a while ago because it costs us $100 million every time we do it. We fly these massive bombers in from Guam, and when I first started, a certain general said, oh, yes, sir, we fly them in from Guam. It's right next door. Well, right next door is 7 hours away. And then they come and they drop millions of dollars of bombs, and then they go back. But we would spend... we spent hundreds of millions of dollars on those exercises, and I hated to see it. I thought it was unfair. And frankly, I was sort of the opinion that South Korea should help us with that. We're protecting South Korea. I think they should help us with that. So those exercises are very expensive. And I was telling the generals, I said, look, exercising is fun and it's nice, and they play the war games. And I'm not saying it's not necessary, because at some levels it is, but at other levels it's not. But it's a very, very expensive thing. And we do have to think about that too. But when they spend hundreds of millions of dollars on those exercises, and we don't get reimbursed, we're spending a tremendous amount of money on many countries, protecting countries that are very rich, that can certainly afford to pay us, and then some. And those countries, by the way, those countries know that it's not right, but nobody's ever asked them before, but I've asked them, and we're gaining a lot of money. We picked up over $100 billion just in NATO over the last 2 years. $100 billion more has come in. And we're doing that with a lot of countries. You'll be seeing that a lot. Yes, sir, please.
President, sir.
Yeah, 1 second, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. You have a personal relationship, and I believe Vice President Pence does, with the family of Otto Warmbier. I'm wondering, you've talked about this week's about Kim Jong Un being my friend. You called him on Twitter. You said you have a great relationship. Have you in Singapore or here confronted Kim Jong Un about Otto Warmbier's death?
I have.
Asked him to take responsibility. And what did he say to you? And why do you call him your friend?
I have, and I have talked about it. And I really don't think it was in his interest at all. I know the Warmbier family very well. I think they're an incredible family. What happened is horrible. I really believe something very bad happened to him, and I don't think that the top leadership knew about it, and when they had to send him home, by the way, I got the prisoners back, I got the hostages back, and Otto was one of the hostages, but Otto came back in shape that was not even to be talked about. I thought it was horrible. Now, the others came back extremely healthy, but Otto came back in a condition that was just terrible. And I did speak about it, and I don't believe that he would have allowed that to happen. It just wasn't to his advantage to allow that to happen. Those prisons are rough. They're rough places, and bad things happened. But I really don't believe that he was, I don't believe he knew about it.
Did he tell you that he did not, did Kim Jong Un tell you?
He felt badly about it. I did speak to him. He felt very badly. He knew the case very well, but he knew it later. And, you know, you got a lot of people, a big country, a lot of people. And in those prisons and those camps, you have a lot of people. And some really bad things happened to Otto. Some really, really bad things.
Why are you?
But he tells me that he didn't know about it, and I will take him at his word. Yes, ma'am. Go ahead, please. Please go ahead in the back. No, in the back, behind you. Thank you.
Mr. President, Schwarzman Valentino, Sputnik News Agency. Have you discussed the issue of possible inspections to North Korea nuclear sites during your negotiations?
You're going to have to speak a little louder. And where are you from?
Russia, Sputnik News Agency. Okay. Have you discussed the issue of possible inspections to North Korea's nuclear sites during your talks with the chairman?
Why don't you answer that, Mike? I can't. Good.
Inspections
I was worried
nuclear
about
sites.
Sure.
International inspections, yes.
Inspections on North Korea?
Yeah, inspections
we'd be able,
nuclear
we'd be able
sites.
to do that very easily. We have that set up, so we would be able to do that very easily. The inspections on North Korea will take place, and if we do something with them, we have a schedule set up that is very good. We know things that, as David was asking about certain places and certain sites, there are sites that people don't know about that we know about. We would be able to do inspections, we think, very, very successfully. Yes, ma'am, please, please. Yes, go ahead, please. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President.
A lot of people here, by the way. A big group of people.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Khan News Israel, Mr.
Good.
President.
Good.
Following this engagement with North Korea, you're trying to bring peace to the Middle East.
Right.
The peace plan is about to be introduced in the near future, and as you have mentioned before...
Well, we hope. We're working hard on the peace plan, and we hope it will be.
I believe you do, but as you mentioned before, it will require Israel to make compromises to the Palestinians. As far as you know, is Prime Minister Netanyahu willing to make these compromises, which are very much needed? And the second question, Mr. Netanyahu is about to be indicted today with corruption allegations. Do you wish to tell him something on this occasion?
Well, I just think he's been a great prime minister, and I don't know about his difficulty, but you're telling me something that, you know, people have been hearing about, but I don't know about that. I can say this, that he's done a great job as prime minister. He's tough, he's smart, he's strong. He is very defensive. His military has been built up a lot. They buy a lot of equipment from the United States, and they pay for it. Of course, we give them tremendous, as you know, subsidy also. $4 billion is a lot each year, but they've been very, very good. They've been incredible, actually, in many ways. But there is a chance for peace between Israel and the Palestinians. And, you know, it's interesting. All my life, I've heard that the toughest of all deals, when they talk about tough deals, we all like deals, but the toughest of all deals would be peace between Israel and the Palestinians. They say it's like the impossible deal. I'd love to be able to produce it. We'll see what happens. You know, we were paying the Palestinians a lot of money, and I ended that about 2 years ago because they weren't saying the right things. And I said, why would we pay somebody that's not saying nice things about us and not really wanting to go to the peace table? And they've been much better, and we'll see what happens. But I think we have actually a good shot at peace between Israel and the Palestinians. Yeah, go ahead, please, sir.
Mr. President, I'm from China. My question is, do you still believe it is possible that the North Korea and U.S. relation could be like the U.S. and the Vietnam relation in the future?
You have to go again?
Do you still believe that it is possible the relation between U.S. and North Korea in the future could be like the relation between U.S. and Vietnam?
Yeah, I think we're going to have, we have very, very good relations. And by the way, speaking of, you mentioned Japan, we have a lot of good things happening with Japan. We have trade talks started. For years, Japan has been sending millions and millions of cars in, and as you know, it's not been a very fair situation for the United States. We're starting trade talks with Japan. They actually started about 3 months ago, and I think we'll have a very good deal for the United States. But that's been a very unfair situation. Prime Minister Abe understands that, and that's fine. Yes, sir, please, back there.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm Ching Yichang with Shanghai Media Group. Do you think the next meeting could be soon or might take some time?
Well, I can't tell you. I mean, it might be soon. It might not be for a long time. I can't tell you. I would hope it would be soon, but it may not be for a long time. I could have done a deal today, but it would have been a deal that wouldn't have been a deal that would have been something that I wouldn't have been happy about. Mike would not have been happy about. We had some pretty big options, but we just felt it wasn't appropriate, and we really want to do it right. Yes, in the back. Yes, ma'am, please.
Debbie Edward, ITV News. At which point did it become clear to you that you wouldn't be getting a deal here in Hanoi? The language from yourself and Kim Jong Un was very positive last night and even this morning, and therefore was it a mistake to
No, I think the language was good all throughout. The language has been good even now, but I don't go by language because we had probably the toughest language in the history of diplomacy, if you call it diplomacy, at the beginning, and yet we became very friendly. I don't believe there was any tougher language ever than that. But again, this was something that should have been handled by other presidents long before me, and long before they had the kind of power that they have. But it wasn't. It should have been done by many. I'm not just blaming the Obama administration, which, by the way, it did nothing, absolutely nothing on North Korea. It allowed things that happened and to happen that were very inappropriate. But I'm not blaming the Obama administration. I'm blaming many administrations. Something should have happened. But I don't think the rhetoric's been bad at all. Initially, it was horrible, but now it's been very good. All right, one more. How about you? Go ahead, please. Please, go ahead. Go ahead.
South Korea, Jong Un came from South Korea.
Good.
Channel 8, 동아일보, South Korean media outlet here. I'd like to ask you, you said that we do not particularly know when North Korean leader will be willing to come to the table and take the actions that's been required. If that's the case, would the U.S. be willing to strengthen the sanctions and perhaps put the pressure on North Korea to move forward?
I don't want to comment on that. I can just tell you this, that we have very strong sanctions. I don't want to talk about increasing sanctions. They're strong. They have a lot of great people in North Korea that have to live also, and that's important to me. And I would say this, my whole attitude changed a lot because I got to know, as you know, Chairman Kim very well, and they have a point of view also. So I don't want to really talk about that. I just think that hopefully for the sake of South Korea, for the sake of Japan, and frankly for the sake of China, I was talking to President Xi, who really is a man that gets the respect of a lot of people. I say you can't love having a nuclear state right next to China, and he doesn't. He really doesn't. He would like to see that problem solved too. So that's it. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm about to get on a plane and fly back to a wonderful place called Washington, D.C. So thank you very much. Thank you, fellas. Thank you very much. You're very proud to do it. Okay, let's do it. And I said, hey, I'm over here. I want to call to Chairman Kim. And we got to meet, and thank you. The relationship that we've developed has meant so much to so many people. And I want to thank you. It's been great. It's been great. Thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. It's been a really great period of time. I'll be leaving now, as you know, for South Korea. Some of you will be coming with us. I understand that we may be meeting with Chairman Kim, and we'll find out. We spoke with the people. Kim Jong Un was very receptive. He responded, and so we'll see. Because tomorrow we're going to the DMZ. I said, while I'm there, I'll shake his hand. We get along. There's been no nuclear tests. There's been no long-range ballistic tests. Gave us back our hostages, which was great, and a lot of good things are happening over there. So I let them know we'll be there, and we'll see. I mean, I can't tell you exactly, but they did respond very favorably. I want to thank everyone for being here today. It's a lot of press. A lot of press is outside too. They're less happy than you are. But the G20 summit has been fantastic. Prime Minister Abi's done an incredible job, as he always does. And he hosted it very beautifully. You know where it's going to be next year, I think. Most of you know where it's going to be next year. It's going to be in a very great part of the world. And we'll be announcing exactly what's happening. But this was a really good summit and really well done, so professionally done. This marks my third visit to Japan as president. Melania and I we just left Tokyo a short while ago, as you know, a very short while ago, where we were the first state guests to their majesties, the Emperor and Empress of Japan. And that was thrilling. First time in 202 years that an event like that took place. So that was quite exciting. And I'm thrilled to be back. I always like being back in Japan. We've had a great relationship. We've never been closer to Japan than we are right now. Over the past 2 days, leaders from the world's largest economies have convened here in Osaka, which is a tremendous city. You fly over and you say, does it ever stop? It's big, it's beautiful, it's clean, and it's really, the job they do with industrial manufacturing and lots of other things is really incredible. We had a very productive conversation with a number of the leaders of not only nations, but business leaders here in Japan. And together, we put together a lot of ideas and a lot of challenges for the future that we'll be able to meet and get things going very well. Our meetings also touched on women's economic empowerment. You probably saw that Ivanka Trump she's done a fantastic job, and also a fantastic job in getting jobs for a lot of people within our country, almost 10 million people. The importance of resilient and secure infrastructure, we discussed that at great length. The need to uphold the rule of law and the critical importance of achieving a future for international trade that works all of the time for all of the people. In addition to the working sessions, we had a lot of working sessions. Many of you were at the working sessions. I had tremendous bilateral meetings with many of the heads of state. And just some of them are Australia, Japan, India, Germany, Russia, Brazil, Saudi Arabia, China, Turkey, UK, and I met with Mexico also, with the representatives of Mexico who have done an incredible job. They've really stepped up to the plate. I appreciate it, and I want to thank them. They have 6,000 troops at their southern border by Guatemala, and it's very hard to come in now. And they just ordered, really it was somewhat of a surprise, 16,000 troops at our southern border. Their immigration laws are very strong. Ours are a disaster. Ours are a disgrace to a country. We have loopholes and asylum that we could fix the asylum very quickly. We could get rid of and fix the loopholes, but we could get rid of the loopholes and we would have absolutely no problem at the border. But if you watch the debates, if you call them debates, whatever they were, they don't really, I think they want open borders, I guess, even though 4 years ago they wanted walls to be built. I heard we just had another judge rule against us on a section of wall, and that's disgraceful. We'll appeal it right away. Ninth Circuit, as usual, they go right into that Ninth Circuit. The good news, I put a lot of judges in, and a number of them are in the Ninth Circuit now, and it's very unfair. It's very unfair when a judge can do what they do, where a judge in a certain area can close down a country. But we also had a big victory last week with the wall. We had a judge in D.C. who gave us a very big victory. So we're building a lot of wall, but we had a ruling just yesterday late from a judge in the Ninth Circuit again. So we're immediately appealing it, and we think we'll win the appeal. There was no reason that that should have happened. And a lot of wall is being built. And again, Mexico's doing a real job. Our Border Patrol, they've done incredible work, and ICE is, they're just special people. Law enforcement generally is just this special. So with that, I just want to say that these meetings have been great. The one that I guess most people are interested in is China. We had a great meeting, President Xi, and we've known each other for as long as I'm president. And many of you were at the event in China a year ago when I've never seen anything like it. It was beautiful. We talked about it. We had dinner last night, President Xi and a number of us. And it was something really incredible. In Beijing, the red carpet was rolled out for all of us, for this country, for our country. And we had a great meeting, and we will be continuing to negotiate. And I promised that for at least the time being, we're not going to be lifting tariffs on China. We won't be adding an additional, tremendous amount of, we have, I guess, $350 billion left, which could be taxed or could be tariffed. And we're not doing that. We're going to work with China on where we left off to see if we can make a deal. China's going to start, they're going to be consulting with us, and they're going to start spending money even during the negotiation to our farmers, our great farmers in the Midwest. I call them the great patriots, because that's what they are. They're patriots. And China's going to be buying a tremendous amount of food and agricultural product. And they're going to start that very soon, almost immediately. We're going to give them lists of things that we'd like them to buy. Our farmers are going to be a tremendous beneficiary. You know, if you look at farmers, for 15 years before I came into this position, the farmers have had a hard time. You look at that graph, it was down, fairly steeply down. And a lot of it was because NAFTA was a terrible deal. Now we have I spoke with Nancy Pelosi last night about the USMCA, that's Mexico and Canada. And it's now before them, and they'll have to make a decision. But that's one that the farmers love, the manufacturers love, the unions love. It's a great deal for this country. And NAFTA was, I think, one of the worst trade deals ever made. Maybe the WTO was worse. The WTO, from the time that happened in 95, from the time that happened, China became like a rocket ship. It was pretty much flatlined, and then all of a sudden it joined the WTO, and they went through the roof. And very much to our liability, we lost tremendous amounts of money from that time. I mean, we just lost tremendous amounts. It was a terrible deal, WTO, World Trade. And if you look at NAFTA, NAFTA has been a disaster for our country. The USMCA is a great deal for our country. I think Canada's happy, but they're not happy like we're happy, but they're very happy. It's a good deal for Canada, good deal for Mexico. They want it. Mexico just approved it in full. Canada is waiting for us to approve it. I was with the Prime Minister just left him a little while ago. And they're thrilled with the deal, and we're thrilled. Everybody wants it. And hopefully it'll be a bipartisan deal. I view that. I told that to Nancy Pelosi. I said, view this as a bipartisan deal, because a lot of the Democrats want it, especially, I would say, the farm areas, but really the industrial areas also. The unions, we've got things on wages, and we have things on the environment that few people have ever been able to get into an agreement. And it's a very big deal. It's a very big deal. And it's a great deal. Tremendous support. So they have to put it up for a vote. And I think you'll get a great vote in the House, and you'll get a great vote in the Senate. And you'll have a tremendous trade deal between the United States and Canada and Mexico. And it's going to be something very special. So we spend a lot of time with a lot of countries. We do business with a lot of them. Australia is an example. In Japan, we're negotiating with them because they send us millions of cars, and we send them wheat, which doesn't work. But what happens is Japan is, and you probably saw some of the things they're doing, but they're opening up many car companies and factories and plants throughout our country, especially in Michigan. We have a lot of activity in Ohio. Beyond Japan activity, we have a lot of activity now where companies are coming back to our country with a hot show. We're the hottest show in town. We're the hottest show in the world right now. Our economy is the best. One thing that every leader, virtually every leader that I dealt with said is that congratulations, it's incredible what's happened to the American economy. We're the best economy in the world. And it's something, and it started from election day. I put it out yesterday because we took a tremendous boost from the day after I got elected. The stock market went crazy from that point until essentially now. I think we hit in certain of the markets, we hit the all-time high again for many, many times. I can't tell you what it was, but many, many times. We broke the record, and our stock market is great. Our jobs are great. We have the best job numbers essentially we've ever had. In some categories, definitely we've ever had. The minimum, you could say, is in 51 years, but it's really more than that, and now it's going to be more than that. African American, Asian American, you saw that. Hispanic American, the best numbers in history, the history of our country. We have the lowest unemployment numbers, best numbers. And many others too. Blue-collar workers are doing fantastic. They're the biggest beneficiary of the tax cuts, the blue-collar. Blue-collar, we talk about for the rich, it's really for everybody. And it's also for big companies where they're moving here. And remember who owns the stocks, because the people that own the stock, it's not the big companies, it's the people with 401ks whose numbers are 60% and 70% and 42% and all different numbers that are tremendously high, where the other spouse thinks that the spouse that's investing in the 401k is a super genius. But those 401ks are very high. And if you listen to what I've been listening to, and we're not going to devote any time to it, but with that kind of an attitude, their 401ks are going to crash and the market would crash. Because with what they want to do, you would crash the market. And the amount of wealth that would be lost would be incredible. But I'd rather wait till later in the campaign to say that, because to be honest with you, I want them to go and take these policies and bring them up. I don't want them to change them anytime soon. Let them go have a good time. But it's been very interesting to watch what's happening. Actually, I found it very interesting. So with that, we'll take a few questions, and then I'm heading out to South Korea. And I may or may not see Kim Jong Un, but we'll be heading out to South Korea, spend about a day and a half there with President Moon, who's a really good guy. He was here too, as you know. I saw him. I met with him also. And we'll see what happens. Please, John.
Thanks, Katie. Mr. President, thanks so much for joining us here.
Yes.
We all appreciate it. It's always good to have a chance to ask questions of you directly. Can you tell us a little more about how this China deal may work going forward? Because Chinese officials have told Fox News that they will not make any concessions until all of the tariffs have been lifted. They also want relief on Huawei. They want it taken off the blacklist. They might want you to stop pursuing extradition of Meng Wanzhou. Can you tell us how you see all of this unfolding? And if you do meet Kim Jong Un at the DMZ tomorrow, would you step across the border into North Korea?
Sure, I would. I'd feel very comfortable doing that. I would have no problem. With respect to China, basically we agreed today that we were going to continue the negotiation, which I ended a while back, and we're going to continue the negotiation. We agreed that I would not be putting tariffs on the $325 billion that I would have the ability to put on if I wanted. That we're fairly advanced, depending on where you want to look at and where you want to start. Pretty advanced. We did discuss numerous other things. We mentioned Huawei. I said we'll have to save that till the very end. We'll have to see. One of the things I will allow, however, is a lot of people are surprised. We send and we sell to Huawei a tremendous amount of product that goes into the various things that they make, and I said that that's okay, that we will keep selling that product. These are American companies, John, that make product, and that's very complex, by the way, highly scientific, and in some cases we're the ones that do it, and we're the only ones that do it. We're the only ones with the technology. What we've done in Silicon Valley is incredible, actually, and nobody's been able to compete with it, and I've agreed, and pretty easily, I've agreed to allow them to continue to sell that product, so American companies will continue. And they were having a problem. The companies were not exactly happy that they couldn't sell because they had nothing to do with whatever was potentially happening with respect to Huawei. So I did do that. We talked about education and students. Somebody was saying it was harder for Chinese students to come in, and that's something that if somebody viewed it that way, I don't. We want to have Chinese students come and use our great schools, our great universities. They've been great students and tremendous assets. But we did discuss it. It was brought up as a point. And I said that will be just like anybody else, just like any other nation. And we're actually going to a point where, we're looking that if you graduate from a college, because our great companies, we talk about Silicon Valley and other places, we have a problem in this in our country that you graduate number one in your class from the best school in the country, and they say you have to leave. We can't keep them, and we're going to make it. We're going to call it the smart person's waiver, but we're going to make it so that they can not only stay, but maybe they have access to green cards. We want to keep these people here. We have to keep. Yeah, go ahead, John. Sure, that could happen, but we're holding on tariffs, and they're going to buy farm product. So, but that could happen, John. This doesn't mean there's going to be a deal, but they would like to make a deal, I can tell you that. And if we could make a deal, it would be a very historic event. We've never really had a deal with China. We've had tremendous deficits. Tremendous amounts of money was put into China, $500 billion a year. And I mean, not just surplus and deficit. I'm talking about real hard cash. And it should have never, ever been allowed to have happened for all of our presidents over the last number of years. Go ahead, please.
Yes, Mr. President. Steve Herman from the Voice of America. After your discussions with Prime Minister Abe here, are you still thinking about withdrawing from the U.S.-Japan Security Treaty? And what did the Prime Minister say to you about that?
No, I'm not thinking about that at all. I'm just saying that it's an unfair agreement. And I've told him that for the last 6 months. I said, look, if somebody attacks Japan, we go after them, and we are in a battle, full force and effect. We are locked in a battle and committed to fight for Japan. If somebody should attack the United States, they don't have to do that. That's unfair. That's the kind of deals we made. Every deal's like that. I mean, it's almost like we had people that they didn't either care or they were stupid. But that's the kind of deals we have. That's just typical. But I told them, I said, we're going to have to change it because, look, nobody's going to attack us, I hope. But, should that happen, it's far more likely that it could be the other way. But should that happen, somebody attacks us, if we're helping them, they're going to have to help us. And he knows that. And he's going to have no problem with that. Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I actually have a Russia question, but I wanted to quickly clarify. Is Meng Wanzhou's case also going to need to wait till the very end, or is it possible the U.S. would drop the extradition effort?
On what? On what?
Ms. Meng from Huawei, the top financial
We didn't
executive.
discuss Ms. Meng. That was not discussed. We did discuss Huawei, but we didn't discuss her situation.
Okay, thank you. On Russia, respectfully, it seemed like maybe you didn't really mean it when you said yesterday, don't meddle in our elections, Mr. President, and then you guys both started laughing.
You're going to have to take a look at the words. I did say it. And we had a discussion. We had a great discussion, President Putin and myself. I thought it was really a tremendous discussion. I think they'd like to do trade with the United States, and they have great product. They have great land. They have very rich land, and a lot of oil, a lot of minerals, and the kind of things that we like. And I can see trade going out with Russia. We could do fantastically well. We do very little trade with Russia, which is ridiculous, frankly. So I could see some very positive things happening. Yeah, but as per your question, though, I did say it, and I did discuss it a little bit after that, too. Yeah, please.
Yesterday, former President Jimmy Carter suggested that your presidency is illegitimate and that you only got the White House with help from Russia. Your reaction to that, sir?
Russia. Isn't it crazy? Okay, Jimmy Carter, look, he was a nice man. He was a terrible president. He's a Democrat, and it's a typical talking point. He's loyal to the Democrats, and I guess you should be. But as everybody now understands, I won not because of Russia, not because of anybody but myself. I went out, I campaigned better, smarter, harder than Hillary Clinton. I went to Wisconsin. I went to Michigan the night of the vote. I had 32,000 people at 1 o'clock in the morning on Election Day. I won Michigan, I won Wisconsin, I won Pennsylvania, I won states that traditionally haven't been won by a Republican, for many years haven't been won by a Republican. And this had nothing to do with anybody but the fact that I worked harder and much smarter than Hillary Clinton did. Now, I'll say this, Jimmy Carter, I was surprised that he would make a statement. I saw it. It was not a big thing, but I saw the statement. And it's, you know, a lot of Democrats like to make that statement. He's been trashed within his own party. He's been badly trashed. I felt badly for him because you look over the years, his party has virtually, he's like the forgotten president. And I understand why they say that. He was not a good president. Look at what happened with Iran. That was a disaster. What Iran did to him, they tied him up in knots. The reason Ronald Reagan probably became president. So, you know, it's a Democrat talking point. Yeah, please, go ahead, Jim.
Yes, Mr. President, if I could follow up on the question about your comments with Vladimir Putin about Russian meddling. You did seem to be joking there with the Russian president. Are we taking that to be wrong? And what is it with your coziness with some of these dictators and autocrats at these summits? With Mohammed bin Salman, the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, when you were asked about the case of Jamal Khashoggi, you did not respond to that question in front of the Saudi
I don't know
Crown
that
Prince.
anybody
Were you
asked me.
afraid of, were you afraid of offending him on that subject?
No, not at all. I don't really care about offending people. I sort of thought you'd know that.
Well, you passed up an opportunity
and
there.
by the way, congratulations. I understand your book. Is it doing well?
It's doing very well, Mr. President.
Really?
Thank you. I'll get you an autographed copy. If
Good.
you like
Send it.
one.
I want to see it.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Send me a copy. I get along with everybody, except you people, actually. I get along with a lot of people. I have a tremendous relationship with President Xi. Nobody else would have the deal that we have. We're getting tens of billions of dollars from China coming in. A lot of things are happening. And despite that, we're moving along towards something that could be very historic. But I get along with President Putin. I get along with Mohammed from Saudi Arabia. Look, I spoke to Saudi Arabia when the oil prices a year ago were getting very high. And I wasn't so nice. And I said, you got to get some more oil into the system because what's happening is no good. And they did. And people are driving at very low numbers right now. You haven't seen, in the old days, you'd have spikes where the gasoline went to $5 and more, and it wasn't so good. But I also get along with people that would be perceived as being very nice. You have a lot of very nice leaders of countries. I was with Prime Minister May today. I was with so many. You take a look, new head of Australia. Look at Japan. Abe, Prime Minister Abe is a fine. They're all fine as far as I'm concerned. Some are stronger than others. Some are tougher than others. And a lot of people.
If I may, though, Mr. President, on the case of Jamal Khashoggi, we have a lot of journalists in this room who object to what appears to be the Saudi government's complicity and perhaps orchestration of the assassination and dismembering of a journalist.
Yeah.
And when you were given the opportunity to call Mohammed bin Salman out on that, you did not do it. Did you do it privately? And do you agree that it is despicable for a government to kill a journalist in that fashion?
Yes, I do. I think it's horrible. Or anybody else, by the way.
Yeah.
But I think it's horrible. And if you look into Saudi Arabia, you see what's happening. 13 people or so have been prosecuted. Others are being prosecuted. They've taken it very, very seriously. And they will continue to. And I've let everybody know I'm very unhappy about that whole event. But if you look at what's going on, and right now within Saudi Arabia, they're prosecuting additional people. There's a lot of things happening. At the same time, I will also say, and nobody so far has pointed directly a finger at the future king of Saudi Arabia. I will say, I spoke to his father, Jim. I spoke to his father at great length. They've been a terrific ally. They're creating millions of jobs in this country. They're ordering equipment, not only military equipment, but $400 billion worth of, and actually even more than that over a period of time, worth of different things. And with that being said, I'm extremely angry and unhappy about a thing like that taking place. But as of this moment, more than 13 people are being prosecuted, and I hear the numbers going to be going up. But it's a good question. Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm Ching-Yi Chang with Shanghai Media Group.
Yes.
It's very good to know that you avert the further escalation of trade tension with China. And can you share some details of your interaction with President Xi this time? And also, if I may, another quick question on North Korea. Do you think it's possible that there will be a third one-on-one summit with Chairman Kim within this year?
Well, it might happen tomorrow. I mean, to be honest, we won't call it a summit. We'll call it a handshake if it does happen. I don't know that it will, but it could happen. I think he'd like to do it, and I wouldn't mind doing it at all. I'm literally visiting the DMZ. And so, but I will, as per your question about President Xi, he's a brilliant leader. He's a brilliant man. And you know better than I, he's probably considered to be one of the great leaders in 200 years in China. And we just have he's strong, he's tough, but he's good. We have a very good relationship. And I said, we can't have it where the United States loses this kind of money for the privilege of building up China. It has to be a fair deal. And he understands that. But as he said, nobody ever came to us. It's true. No other president came to him. My presidency could be a lot easier, not only for that, but for many other reasons. Be a lot easier. But I don't want it to be easy. It's a point in time. I have a chance to do things that nobody else has ever done. So we're making a deal with China, or we're attempting. And if we don't, we'll go back into, we have a tremendous ripe field of tremendous money that would be coming into our country. But I have a feeling that over a period of time, and again, I'm not rushed, and I told him that I want to get the deal right. It's extremely, I wouldn't even say complicated, but very intricate. But in the meantime, I think our farmers are going to end up being the great beneficiary. And what I did with the farmers, because they did lose a certain amount of money, I went to Sonny Perdue, who's our Secretary of Agriculture. I said, Sonny, how much money in the best year did China spend on our farms, in our farms, buying? He said, the best year, about $16 billion. I said, okay, well, we're taking in much more than that now every year in tariffs. And I took $16 billion out of those tariffs, and essentially out of those tariffs. And we're distributing it among farmers who have been hurt because they've been used as a pawn so that China could get a good deal. But in the end, the farmers are going to be the biggest beneficiary. But I've made up for the fact that China was, targeting our farmers because they know the farmers like me and I like them. I love them. And they sort of love me, I guess, when you get right down to it. And it was 16 billion. It's a lot of money. But I took it out of the tariff money, essentially, and we are in the process of distributing. The farmers could not be happier, other than they're unusual. I had them around a table, many of the farmers, and about 5 weeks ago, they said, we don't want money. We want just a level playing field. I said, you're right. Most groups want money. They'll take any way you want to give it to them, they'll take. The farmers are in a class by themselves in so many ways. They don't want subsidies. They don't want a handout. All they want to do is have a level playing field. They're unbelievable people. And as I said, they're unbelievable patriots. John?
Thank you, Mr. President. First, a quick follow-up. You've made this very public invitation to Kim Jong Un.
Yeah.
Will it be a bad sign if he doesn't show up?
No. Of course, I thought of that because I know if he didn't, everybody's going to say, oh, he was stood up by Chairman Kim. No, I understood that. It's very hard to, he follows my Twitter. And
he does?
It's very hard. Yeah,
he follows
I
you on
guess
Twitter?
so, because we got a call very quickly. Okay. A lot of people follow it. But they've contacted us and they'd like to see if they could do so. And we're not talking about for, extended, just a quick hello. And we get along. I get along with him and I get along with other people. For instance, on Jim's question, it's a fair question, but I really have great relationships with everybody. I think, I said a long time ago that maybe I'll be a sleeper on foreign policy. And if you look at what's happened on foreign policy, now we are working on Iran, and we'll see what happens. I think they'd like to make a deal. I think they'd be very smart to want to make a deal, but we're going to see what happens. I'm okay. I have all the time in the world. They're doing very poorly. They were very brutal when I first came in. 18 sites of confliction, meaning where they were behind. But I think on foreign policy, if you look at what's happening, and the other thing that's happening is we're not being taken for suckers anymore. I mean, we have countries where we'd lose on defending them because we defend a tremendous percentage of the world, and they don't pay us for it. And then on top of it, we lose money with that same country on trade. And it's all changing, and they understand it's changing, and they expect it to change. They can't believe, honestly, like I'd ask Prime Minister Abe, I said, how did this happen? Where you send us billions and billions of dollars worth of cars and other things, and we send you practically nothing. He said, nobody ever complained. Same thing with China. I said, you send a car to us, we charge you essentially nothing. It's 2.5%, but basically you don't have to, there are ways around that. So you send a car to us, and you pay nothing. We send a car to you made in the United States, and we have to pay 45% tariff. How did that happen? He said, we just kept lifting it, lifting it, lifting it. I mean, they're being honest with me. We just kept lifting it, and nobody called. But I call. Go ahead, John.
And I want to ask you about the debate. You clearly saw at least some of the Democratic debate. Yeah. I'm sure you saw the exchange between Joe Biden and Kamala Harris on the issue of federal busing, federally mandated busing. Biden thought that was a bad policy. He tried to stop it. Kamala Harris said it was an important part of desegregation, including in her own experience. Where do you stand on that issue of federally mandated busing?
Well, first of all, before I get into that, I thought that she was given too much credit. He didn't do well, certainly, and maybe the facts weren't necessarily on his side. I think she was given too much credit for what she did. It wasn't that outstanding, and I think probably he was hit harder than he should have been hit, Biden. I thought he was hit actually harder. And as far as that, I will tell you in about 4 weeks, because we're coming out with certain policy that's going to be very interesting and very surprising, I think, to a lot of people. Jennifer, do you have a question?
But do you think Kamala Harris would be a tough opponent for you, given what you saw in that debate?
You never know who's going to be tough. You never know. One that you think is going to be tough turns out to be not much. And sometimes you think one, and I've seen it, because look, I had 17. We had actually a total of 18. A lot of people think 17. Governor of Virginia, remember? Ed, the governor of Virginia, wasn't there long, the previous governor. But of the 18, you know, many were, all their lives they wanted to be politicians. I never thought about being a politician until about 2 days before I decided to run. A little before that, but not too much before. And they, you know, you looked at some of them, they're very talented. You look at their resumes, it's like, great. And sometimes the ones that I thought would be the toughest were not the toughest at all. I mean, I could write a book. I should write a book. But some of the people that I did in the Republican, because we had sort of a similar thing. We had 18 instead of, I guess they have 24, 25. But some of the ones that I thought would be absolutely without question the toughest turned out, I didn't think they were tough at all. Others that a lot of people said weren't tough, they were tougher. I think she was given far too much credit for what she did. That was so out of the can, what she said, and that thing was right out of a box. And I thought that he didn't respond great. I wouldn't say it was one, this was not Winston Churchill we're dealing with, okay? But it wasn't, I don't think nearly as bad as they portended it to be. Jennifer, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Could I clarify your negotiations and what you agreed to with China on Huawei?
Sure.
Did you agree that Huawei can sell to the U.S. or that U.S. companies can sell to
U.S.
Huawei?
companies can sell their equipment to Huawei. We're talking about equipment where there's no great national emergency problem with it, but the U.S. companies can sell their equipment. So we have a lot of the great companies in Silicon Valley and based in different parts of the country that make extremely complex equipment. We're letting them sell to Huawei.
And then on Turkey, sir, will Turkey face sanctions if it goes ahead with the S-400 purchases?
Okay, so Turkey is an interesting case because there's another one, Jim, that I get along with very well, and he's a tough cookie, okay? Right? President Erdogan. He's tough, but I get along with him. And maybe that's a bad thing, but I think it's a really good thing because, frankly, he wanted to wipe out, he has a big problem with the Kurds, as everyone knows, and he had a 65,000-man army at the border, and he was going to wipe out the Kurds who helped us with ISIS. We took out the caliphate. We have 100% of the caliphate. And I called him and I asked him not to do it. They are, I guess, natural enemies of his or Turkey's. And he hasn't done it. They were lined up to go out and wipe out the people that we just defeated the ISIS caliphate with. And I said, you can't do that. You can't do it. And he didn't do it. So I have a relationship. But let me tell you, so he goes out. During the Obama administration, he wants to buy our Patriot missile. Right? They wouldn't sell it to him. He wants to buy, even though he's a member of NATO, and in theory he could be an ally if he respected the president, and he's got a big army, and he's, you know, they're fighters, Turkey's big fighters, and we're working on Idlib province together because he doesn't want to see 3 million people killed, and neither do I in Syria. And I mentioned that was another thing I mentioned, folks, to President Putin. I said, please, take it easy with Idlib, because, you know, they've been encircling that. I think if I didn't put out a statement 6 months ago, that would have been catastrophic. But there you have 30,000 terrorists in Idlib province. You have 3 million people. And, you know, getting terrorists is okay. But you don't want to kill 3 million people or 1 million people to get the terrorists. So anyway, we get along great, but what happened with Turkey, and I will tell you when it's fair, when it's not fair, he wanted to buy the Patriot missile. President Obama's group said no. He kept wanting to buy it. They kept saying no, no, no. Couldn't buy it. Now, he needed it for defense. He needed it. So he then went to Russia, and he bought the S-400, made a deal to buy it, because he couldn't get it. They wouldn't allow him to buy it. They wouldn't allow it. This administration, meaning this administration previous to mine, would not let him buy it. So he goes out, he goes to Russia, and he makes a deal for the S-400. And let's assume it's not nearly as good. But he made a deal. He paid him money, a lot of money, put up a lot of money. And he bought it. As soon as he bought it, people went back to him from our country, and they said, listen, we don't want you to use that system. because it's not the NATO system, et cetera, et cetera. You know all the reasons. We don't want you to use that system. Do us a favor. We'll sell you the Patriot. He said, it's too late. I already bought it. There was nothing he could do. He already bought it. In the meantime, he bought over 100 F-35s, the greatest fighter jet in the world. It's stealth. You can't see it. It's real hard to beat something when you can't see it. But he bought over 100. I think he bought 116, but he bought over 100, a lot. And he has options for more. And now he wants delivery. He's paid a tremendous amount of money up front to Lockheed, our company, our jobs, everything. And now they're saying he's using the S-400 system, which isn't compatible with our system. And if you use the S-400 system, Russia and other people can gain access into the genius of the F-35. But honestly, I'm all for our country, but he got treated very unfairly. He was told, you can't buy it, you can't buy it. You know, it's the old secret when you can't have something. All of a sudden, he ends up going getting something else, and then they said, first they said, we'll sell it to you, you can have it in 4 years. Then they said, we'll get it to you immediately. But he said, I can't do it. I've spent a fortune on buying another system, similar system, from Russia. The problem is he already bought the planes, and the planes aren't compatible from our standpoint, not from the standpoint of compatibility, but from our standpoint, national security-wise. So it's a mess. It's a mess. And honestly, it's not really Erdogan's fault. So now we have breaking news. Donald Trump loves Turkey.
So
he
that means
loves Turkey.
it doesn't
Donald
sound
Trump
like
is
you're-
on the side of Turkey instead of the United. No, I'm not.
You don't sound
I
like
love
you wanna
our
go
country,
ahead
but
with
I have to tell you, President Erdogan, who has done, he gave me our pastor back, Pastor Brunson. Nobody else could get him back. Remember? They couldn't get him back. President Obama, he was in jail for 35 years. He was going to be in jail forever. Pastor Brunson, who was an innocent man. I called him, and after a very short period of time, Pastor Brunson was standing in the Oval Office with me, and he was back. So, you know, he's been, from my standpoint, and he's a tough guy, okay, when you talk about tough. He's tough, but I get along with him. I think he was unfairly treated. We were told you can't have it. And then after he bought another system, we said, we'll sell it to you, we'll give it to you right away. But he couldn't use it then. But by that time, he had already bought the plane. So it's a complicated deal. We're working on it. We'll see what we can do.
Can I ask you one last quick thing on China?
Yes, go.
So there was a negotiation on Huawei, welcoming students, holding off on tariffs. So it sounds like China has agreed to buy more ag, but is this a lopsided agreement, or what more did
No,
China
we
agree to?
agreed on China. It's actually a good question. I did agree to allow our companies, you know, it's jobs. I like our companies selling things to other people. So I allowed that to happen. Very complex things. Not easy. This is not things that are easy to make. Very few companies are able to do it. But a tremendous amount of money. Our companies were very upset. You know, these companies are great companies. You know all of them. But they weren't exactly happy with it. But we're allowing that because that wasn't national security. We're allowing them to sell. But we agreed to leave that till the end. Huawei is a complicated situation. We agreed to leave that. We're leaving Huawei toward the end. We're going to see. We'll see where we go with the trade agreement. Yes, please.
Thank you. I have a question about the border, but I just wanted to follow up quickly on the question about busing. Do you see it as a viable way of integrating schools? Does that relate to the policy that you're going to unveil?
Well, it has been something that they've done for a long period of time. I mean, you know, there aren't that many ways you're going to get people to schools. So this is something that's been done. In some cases, it's been done with a hammer instead of a velvet glove, and, you know, that's part of it. But this has been certainly a thing that's been used over there. I think if Vice President Biden had answered the question somewhat differently, it would have been a different result, because they really did hit him hard on that one. So, but it is certainly a primary method of getting people to schools.
And does it relate to the policy that you're going to unveil that you just floated?
It relates to everything we're doing, and you'll be hearing about it over the next couple of months.
Over the next couple of months? Okay. And I want to ask you about the border. It seems like there's officially a week to go until the ICE raids begin under that deadline that you imposed.
Yeah.
Given that you have a July 4th recess, is it realistic to think that you're going to get a deal to actually reform the asylum laws?
No, because we could do it I say to people, I used to say 45 minutes, I say 15, but we could do it quickly. We could do it in a day, we could do it in an hour. We could reform asylum very quickly. We could get rid of the loopholes very quickly. These are horrible loopholes. And the reason that Mexico is so good, because they do have very, very tough immigration. They don't have the kind of things and the kind of stupidity that we have. I mean, where somebody touches 1 foot on our sand and we now have to bring them into a court. We then have to register them. We then have to catch and release them. And they go and they live in our country. And then they're supposed to come back in 3 years for a court case. And about 2% come back, as you know. I mean, you know it just as well as anybody, I really think. Maybe better than most. But the fact is they come back, but nobody comes back. 2% come back. It's a horrible system. Now, what we're doing is they come in illegally, and we're bringing them out legally. But at the request of some, very good Democrats, they asked me if I could hold it, and I did for a couple of weeks, and we have a week left. But other than the fact that we did get, in a very bipartisan way, and I appreciate Speaker Pelosi, because she really worked with us. It was humanitarian money. They didn't have any money. And we're running, don't forget, nobody's ever had this problem before. We're running hospitals. We're running so many different things for the kids. And the kids are brought up because under the laws, the kids are legally used to get other people to come in. If you have a child, it's much easier to come into our country. It's easy anyway, but if you have a child, it's much easier. So we have these kids who have been absolutely abused, horribly abused, and we could stop that with a minor change in the law. It's a terrible thing that they're not doing it. So here's what's happening. So I said, all right, let's see if you could give that to us. Now, in the meantime, we just got it approved last night, so we have the $4.5 billion in humanitarian aid, right? And that's good, so we have that. But we can have that number go way down if we stop people from coming up. For instance, if we had walls up and if we had it hard, the father and the beautiful daughter who drowned, and the Rio Grandes are very tough. That has moments where it can be very calm and then all of a sudden it becomes totally violent and people get swept away. But if they thought it was hard to get in, they wouldn't be coming up. They wouldn't be coming up. And so many lives would be saved. So essentially, if they would change the laws, and I said it would take us an hour, but let's give you 2 weeks. At the end of the second week, we'll be removing people, legally removing. In other words,
you're still planning for that deadline. That deadline is still in place,
oh yeah,
which is now a week from
unless
now.
we do something pretty miraculous. But the Democrats, it seems to me, they want to have open borders, and for the life of me, I cannot figure that out. It's one thing because I want people to come into our country. We need them because we have all these companies coming in. We have Foxconn in Wisconsin. We have so many companies coming in, auto companies. Just today, I was with President Abe. He told me another auto company is going to build a big plant. They need people. So I'm all for that. The only problem is that they have to come in through a process. They have to come in legally. It's also very unfair. You have millions of people online for years trying to get into a country. They take tests. They study. They know a lot about our country. They read. They do it. They have to go through a very complicated process. And these people have worked hard. They've been online for 7, 8, 9 years, and then somebody walks in and they're, welcome to the United States. It's really, honestly, it's very unfair. But yeah, we will be removing large numbers of people. People have to understand, yes, the laws are...
In a week.
Starting in a week after, it's sometime after July 4th.
So the deal that was just passed does nothing to make you
Well,
want
that's
to
different.
step
That's
back
humanitarian.
from
No,
that
that's a different. That's humanitarian. We needed that just to take care of, because we're running now hospitals. I mean, the Border Patrol, these are incredible people. They're doing what they, nobody ever thought they were going to be doing this. And people are coming up. The reason people are coming up is because we're doing so well as a country. In past years, we weren't doing well. In past years, Mexico was doing better. They took 32% of our car business. They were doing better than we were doing in the past. Now we're the hot country in the world, and people are coming up because they want a piece of that action. And the other reason children are coming up is because we had a separation policy, okay? Under President Obama, we had separation. President Obama built those cells. They were in 2014, they were built. They all said, oh, look how horrible. Then it turned out that it was built by President Obama. And I'm not blaming anybody. I'm not blaming him. I just say this. They had a separation policy, right? I ended it But when I ended it, I put out a statement. I think it's going to bring more children up because you're ending it. You're saying now the child can stay with the parent. So I said, ending it is nice in one way, but in terms of what we're doing, it makes it even tougher. But the really bad thing is the cartels, and I really think that Mexico, because they did 6,000, now they're doing 16,000 on our border. I think that Mexico is looking to swamp the cartels, and those kind of numbers will do it. It would be a great thing. What Mexico is doing for us is great. By the way, without the tariffs, they wouldn't have done it, folks. We've been after them for many years to do it. But they have really, so far, it's only a week, the numbers are way down, and so far, a lot of good things have happened. Yes, sir, please. Yes, please, in the second row.
Thank you, Mr. President. Two questions about
Would you like
Iran.
me to leave now? Or here's the thing. I can stay. We can do this
Just wait
for
one
a long
more.
time. My only problem is this. I don't need stories. He stayed up there too long. If I stay up there quickly, they say, why did he not give us more time? If I stay up for 2 hours, they'll say, he stayed up too long. I mean, if you promise you're not going to say, I say, because everybody's got a hand up, and if you want, I'll go on. Should I go on or should I not go on? What do you think?
At least one more.
And you're not going to say he went on too long.
At least
Because
one
we
more.
have time. I have a flight that actually leaves pretty much when I want it to. Okay, let's go.
Anyway, thank you, Mr. President. Two questions about Iran. A week ago, you called off a strike because you were concerned it would kill Iranians.
Disproportionately, absolutely.
Disproportionately. Did the military leaders provide you with any alternative, that there was some derelict oil rig that could have been hit?
No.
to make
Oh,
the
I had
point?
many alternatives. Oh, yeah, I bet I have 50 alternatives. I have many alternatives, yeah.
And
I mean, you don't know what the sites were. You said oil rig. No. You don't know what the sites were. But I had many alternatives. No, the military leaders did a great job. When we chose and designated certain areas that we were thinking about, I said, how many people are going to die? I mean, I'm talking about on the other side. That means a lot to me, too. Okay? How many people are going to die? They said probably about 150. You don't know. Could be much worse than that. Could be less, too, I guess. But it could be much more than that because this is heavy stuff going in. And we would have been 100%. We have the greatest military in the world. I deal with them all the time. These people are incredible people. Lethal. And hopefully we don't have to use it much. I mean, we've spent... you look at the numbers, $716 billion this year. We had planes that were so old. Now we have brand new F-35s. We have brand new Super Hornets and F-18s. And I mean, the equipment we have is incredible. The Army now has beautiful new things. Everything is, we have a military that's really great. Hopefully, we don't have to use it very much. But no, they came in, they said this, and I asked them a question, and they came back a short time later, and they said about 150 people. I said, that's really disproportionate. I don't like it.
My second question is that here at the G20 summit, what can you tell us? Has the ball been moved in any particular direction towards easing the tensions with Iran in some of the meetings that you've had?
Well, I've had a lot of countries come up to me. France has come up. If you look at President Macron, good guy, he came up to me. He said, I do a lot of business, meaning France does a lot of business with Iran. I'd love to go see them. I said, it's all right. Anybody can see him. I don't mind talking. I think talking's great. I'm not going to say, oh, don't talk to him, don't talk to him. I do think John Kerry should not have been talking to him. I think that's delaying this process a lot. I think he violated the Logan Act, actually. But I think John Kerry speaking to Iran a lot, maybe saying things like, gee, if you wait another 15 months, maybe Trump will lose the election, and then you can deal with a person that's a lot easier than Trump. You'll deal with a stiff that'll give you everything you want. And that makes it a little tougher for me to make a deal, but that's okay. Yeah, please, go.
Mr. President, during the week you tweeted out your displeasure with the Supreme Court's decision on the census, and you suggested you may seek to delay.
Yeah, I think it's very unfortunate.
Are you in fact going to try to delay the census?
Well, we're looking at that legally because they're asking us to do a census, and the census was shocking to me. I figured it would be not expensive to do a census. It's billions of dollars. You know that, right? Billions. They go knock on doors of every house in the country, and they get everything. they're not allowed to ask whether or not somebody's a citizen of the United States? How horrible and ridiculous is that? So we are looking at that, yeah, sure.
Do you know if
because
you
it
have the legal
wasn't
authority to do that?
a real decision that, boom, this is the way it is. It was like, now, right now. It depends on what happens, I guess. It was a very strange decision. It was a very, very sad decision. Not in terms of voting, not in terms, just a very sad, because it was so convoluted. It was, to get to that decision, had to be very, very hard.
Well, the justice said that your guys were playing politics and deciding not to count non-citizens.
Hey, who's really playing politics, okay? Check it out. You tell me who's playing politics. Yeah, go ahead, please.
Thanks, Mr. President. I think I heard you mention earlier, Jeff Earl with Daily Mail. It's been a while. I think I heard you mention that with Vladimir Putin, you had said you spoke about election interference privately as well. Did you speak to him in a sterner tone? Did you tell him there would be serious
we talked
consequences?
about it. Hey, we talked about it. You know, we've talked about it before. You know, he denies it totally, by the way. Just, I mean, how many times can you get somebody to deny something? But he has in the past denied it. He's denied it also publicly. But we talked about it. We talked about a lot of other things. I tell you, we talked about something that I think is very important, and that's putting a cap on what he's buying and we're buying from a nuclear standpoint and other arms control. We talked a lot about arms control, and I think he'd like to see arms control, and so would we. I think it makes a lot of sense.
What was the context in which?
Yeah, go ahead.
Did you raise what was in the Mueller report? Did you sort of articulate to him?
Well, the Mueller report was a very good report. I mean, it was a good report. I had 18 people that hated me. I had Mueller, who was totally conflicted and obviously didn't like me. He was totally conflicted, and yet no obstruction, no collusion, and you know that was a good report. Yes, please. And you know the Democrats want a do-over or 5. They want to get it right. They're working to get it right. They want a do-over or 5. Yes, please.
Edward Zoll with True News. President Trump, your administration just unveiled the economic portion of the deal of the century. My question to you is, why were no Palestinians members of the White House Peace Plan Committee?
Well, they are a very important part of it, but they don't really have to be. We're just getting started. We have, and as you know, we have a very good David Friedman, a great gentleman, one of the most successful lawyers in New York who loves Israel. David Friedman. Jason Greenblatt, who worked for me and my company, great lawyer, great talent. Jared Kushner. And with me being president, if you don't get that deal done, it'll never happen. We'll have to see what happens. But I think the Palestinians, basically, I'm not sure. I know they want to make a deal, but they want to be a little bit cute, and that's okay. I fully understand where they're coming from. As you know, I've ended the money to, we were paying them $550 million a year. And I ended that money because a year ago I heard they were saying nasty things. I said, wait a minute, we're trying to make a deal, we're trying to help them, and they're saying these nasty things, we're not going to pay. Now, if a deal is made, we would go back on a humanitarian basis, not so different from the border, because you see the problems and what's going on. It's terrible. But I think we have a very good chance of making a deal, and a lot of people think that's probably the toughest deal of all, and it may very well be the toughest deal of all. A lot of people think it can't be made. I mean, over the years, a lot of people would say that's a deal that can't be made no matter what. But, you know, hey, I like to, we're going to try. But I really believe that I went to other negotiators from past years, for many, many years they've been trying to make this deal. And I said, did you ever take the money away? Because they were always very hostile. And they said, no, we wouldn't do that. That's inappropriate. Why is it inappropriate? I mean, they're saying bad things. Why is it inappropriate? And what I've done is said, look, if you're not negotiating and if you don't want to help make peace, we're not going to pay you. So let's see what happens. I think they want to make a deal. And I've had a very good relationship with some of their leaders. And obviously, I've had a good relationship with Israel. Now, the transaction was thrown up in the air a little bit because of what happened with Bibi Netanyahu's election. They thought he won, and then all of a sudden they couldn't put together the coalition, and now they're back to campaigning again. So that was something that came up that who would have expected that? maybe something will happen faster, but that's going to be going on for about 3 months. There's a good chance we could. There's a chance. I don't want to even say good chance on that one because people say it's the hardest deal. I've heard when I was young, I'd say, what do you think of this? Oh, that's tougher than Israel and the Palestinians making it. They used to use that as like the metaphor. They used to use that as the excuse for a deal that was very tough to make. So it's probably about the toughest deal to make. I actually think that there's a good chance. Yes, sir, please, go ahead. Yeah, white shirt. No, the gentleman behind you. Yeah, okay, go ahead. We'll get you.
Thank you.
Go ahead. That's the man I'm looking at.
Dimitri Sevastopoulos, Financial Times. Can I just ask first one clarification?
Sure.
Are you saying you're taking Huawei off the Commerce Department
not at all.
entity
No,
list?
we're going to be talking about Huawei, but we are going to be supplying equipment from our companies. Our companies make billions and billions of dollars worth of equipment, but we are not discussing Huawei with President Xi yet. I want to see, before we start getting into that, I want to see where we end up. We have to. We have a national security problem, which to me is paramount, very important.
But are you taking Huawei off the Commerce Department entity list?
We're talking about that. We have a meeting on that tomorrow or Tuesday.
Okay. And my question is, you talk a lot about the economic and the trade practices of China. You're very critical. You don't talk so much about the national security concerns about China.
Well,
what do you worry about China?
That goes without. I think that goes without saying. I mean, look what I've done. Look who's done what I've done. I took ZTE off, if you remember. I was the one. I did that. That was a personal deal, and then President Xi called me, and he asked me for a personal favor, which I consider to be very important. He's a leader of a major country, and it was very important to him, having to do with where the employees are located and his relationship to that area. And it was 85,000 employees, and they were almost out of business. And he agreed to pay $1.2 billion penalty and some other things, including a board change and including some management changes, et cetera. The ZTE, which is much smaller than Huawei, but it's very big. And they paid us $1.2 billion. I mean, part of the problem is then the Democrats go out and say, if I got $200 trillion, they'd say, this was terrible, what a terrible deal. Because that's the way politics is. It's sort of sad. But, we got $1.2 billion, and we closed it, we opened it. And we had certain changes made, as you know. They made changes to the board. They changed the board. They made management changes. And they paid a lot of money, and they also have to buy American product. Buying American product is very important to me. It's a big thing.
But can I just ask you to clarify?
Yeah, go ahead, blue shirt.
Stefan Niemann with
Are we going to continue onward?
Yeah.
Yes?
Yes.
Does anybody say no?
No. Huh? Thank you, Stefan Niemann with ARD German Television. One question.
We just left Angela.
I know.
She's another friend of mine. People don't think so.
A fantastic
we have
woman.
a great relationship. I hope you know that. We spent a lot of time together too.
You praised this G20 summit as extremely successful, yet it was a G19 against one summit if we look at climate change. Why is it that you still think ignoring the dangers of climate change is in the interest of the Americans?
I don't ignore it. So we have the best numbers that we've ever had recently. And I'm not looking to put our companies out of business. I'm not looking to create a standard that is so high that we're going to lose 25% of our production. I'm not willing to do that. We have the cleanest water we've ever had. We have the cleanest air. You saw the reports come out recently. We have the cleanest air we've ever had. But I'm not willing to sacrifice the tremendous power of what we've built up over a long period of time and what I've enhanced and revived. I'm just not willing to do that. And they understand where I stand. And, I'm not necessarily sure I agree. I can tell you I'm not sure that I agree with certain countries, what they're doing, because I think they're losing a lot of the power of what they can do with factories and I'm not talking about political power, although that comes with it. I'm talking about the powering of a plant. It doesn't always work with a windmill. When the wind goes off, the plant isn't working. It doesn't always work with solar because solar is just not strong enough. And a lot of them want to go to wind, which has caused a lot of problems. And the problem with wind is the United States, we're subsidizing these wind towers all over the place because wind doesn't work, for the most part, doesn't work without subsidy. And I don't want to be subsidizing things that don't have to be subsidized. The United States is paying tremendous amounts of money on subsidies for wind. I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't want to do that. We'll take a few more. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you, sir. 2 questions on Iran, please.
One.
One question on Iran. Okay. Well, Iran.
Pick the better one, please.
Will do, sir. Iran says that it'll be on the verge of violating the threshold for uranium enrichment in the JCPOA as soon as potentially next week. What will be your response when that happens?
You'll see.
Okay. Can I have a follow-up?
That's all I can do. That's all I can do. No, but that's all I can do. I can only say you'll see. We cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon. Just can't do it. Please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Celia Mendoza from VOA Latin America. You met yesterday with President Putin, and the readout says that you touched the subject of Venezuela.
Yeah.
Can you expand a little bit of what was said during the meeting about Venezuela? And also...
Well, first of all, we're following Venezuela very closely. It's a catastrophe. It's what socialism can do. I use it all the time. I mean, it's what socialism can do. It was one of the richest countries 20 years ago. It's got among the largest oil reserves in the world. And they don't have food. They don't have water. It's really actually incredible. I've discussed it with almost every leader this weekend. We discussed Venezuela because we don't ever want that to happen to us or their countries. Okay, go ahead.
You mentioned that change of regime takes time, and then in Venezuela it has
No, sure,
proven...
it takes time.
But do you think that is a possibility?
Problem is so many people are leaving Venezuela. It's like going to be a ghost town. It's a very bad thing that's happening in Venezuela. Nobody's seen anything quite like it, actually, especially from the standpoint that they were so wealthy. They've gone, I know so many people from Venezuela living in Miami. They're incredible people. They're incredible. A lot of them live in Doral, Miami. They call it Little Venezuela. I know them so well. These are people that are hard workers, warm. They're just incredible. And to see what's happening to Venezuela is heartbreaking. It's really heartbreaking.
President, do you think that it's a time for change the strategy? And do you still believe that Juan Guaido is the person to lead the country? You have back him up?
Sure. You have a lot of strategies. I have 5 different strategies. I could change any moment. But in the meantime, we're helping them from the standpoint of aid. We're getting as much aid as we can. I think they're making a big mistake because they're not making the aid very easy, as you know. You know, they're not making it easy to get to people. But people are starving to death, and their water, they have no water. They have no water. They have oil, but they don't have any water. No, we have a lot of things in store if we have to do that. We don't want to do anything, but you know, we don't want to get involved to the extent that you may be thinking. But we have a lot of alternatives. We have 5 different alternatives for Venezuela, and we'll see what happens. It's doing very poorly. And Maduro is doing very poorly, obviously. It's just not working, just not working. Yes, ma'am, go ahead. From where are you?
Politico.
Okay.
Anita Kumar, Politico. I just wanted to follow up on the questions that were asked, that Jim asked about.
Question
about the Crown Prince that you met with earlier today. I didn't hear you answer the question. Did you raise the killing of Jamal Khashoggi with him, and what was the response?
I asked him what was happening, and he was telling me that, I think he said 13, but it could be more, and I think he said more in the works, that there are large numbers of people being prosecuted. He's very angry about it. He's very unhappy about it. And I did mention it to him very strongly, and he answered very strongly, but they're prosecuting large numbers of people. That was a bad event.
And sir,
Okay,
can I just
yeah,
follow?
go ahead,
Sir,
please.
can I just follow up? You mentioned that the intelligence. You mentioned that no one had pointed the finger at him, but actually the CIA did. The intelligence communities.
I cannot comment on intelligence community. I'm not. Probably, I guess I'm allowed to do what I want to do in terms of that, right? We can declassify, unlike Hillary Clinton. She decided to just give it out. We can declassify. The truth is that I just don't want to talk about intelligence, but I will say this. A lot of people are being prosecuted, and they're taking it very seriously over there. And they've done a great job in Saudi Arabia from the standpoint of women and from a lot of different things are happening in Saudi Arabia. One of the other things very important with Saudi Arabia, that not only are they an ally, not only have they spent tremendous amounts of money coming into our country, and they have been a good ally, and they have actually bought tremendous amounts of military equipment that we use and that we're able to use. But they're also very much now changed their ways as to financing terror, which I can't say for a lot of other countries. If you look at Iran, if you look at other countries in that area, they're financing terror. Now, it's harder for Iran because Iran doesn't have the money they used to have. And they were given $150 billion. They were given $1.8 billion in cash. But Saudi Arabia's come a long way. I'll tell you, in terms of reform, Saudi Arabia really has come a long way. Yeah, please, in the gold. Yeah, you, right.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I'm Zhang Qi with China's Caixin Media Business News Organization in China. Just a little bit follow-up on Huawei. You say you're going to discuss Huawei's entity listing soon. Or is it would you say it's a possibility that Huawei is going to be removed from the list?
Is it going to what?
Removed from the entity list.
I don't want to talk about it now. I mean, we're looking at that very carefully. Huawei is very much in play in terms of our country and in terms of intelligence and the intelligence community. We know a lot about Huawei, but I don't want to mention that right now. I just think it's inappropriate. I will say that we're not making it, other than what I told you already, we're not making it a big subject. We're going to save that for later.
Okay. And another question on the big picture of U.S.-China relations. What do you think U.S. and China should see each other? Are we strategic partners? Are we competitors? Are we enemies? What are we?
No, I think we're going to be
Thank you.
strategic partners. I think we can help each other. I think in the end we can help. If the right deal is structured, we can be great for each other. If China would open up, you're opening up a tremendous, the largest market in the world. And right now China's not open to the United States, but we're open to China. That should have never really been allowed to happen. Okay. Yes, please, Dan.
Thank you, Mr. President. On Russia, are you planning to go to Moscow next spring as President Putin invited you? And
Yes.
do you agree with him that Western-style liberalism, as it's been defined over the post-war period, is now obsolete and no longer relevant to today's world?
Well, I haven't heard him say that, but he did invite me to Russia for the defeat of Nazis. That's a big thing, defeat of Nazis. Russia lost, he said, 25 million people. I had actually heard 50 million people, but he said yesterday that Russia fighting the Nazis, they lost 25 million people. You would know better than anybody, Peter. But it was a tremendous, they suffered greatly. And they're having a 75th, you could really say, celebration of the defeat of the Nazis. And he invited me, and I said I would give it very serious consideration. That was Russia went through a lot. They lost, I guess, far more than anybody fighting the Nazis in terms of people. And he did invite me, and I said we would get back. But we will give that very serious consideration.
His
Okay? Thank you,
comments
Peter.
to the Financial Times right before arriving here was that Western-style liberalism is obsolete. I know you probably haven't read the interview.
Well,
but do you
again, he
think
may
that's
feel
true?
that way. I mean, he sees what's going on, and I guess if you look at what's happening in Los Angeles, where it's so sad to look, and what's happening in San Francisco and a couple of other cities, which are run by an extraordinary group of liberal people. I don't know what they're thinking, but he does see things that are happening in the United States that would probably preclude him from saying how wonderful it is. At the same time, he congratulated me, as every other leader of every country did, for what we've done economically, because we probably have the strongest economy we've ever had, and that's a real positive. But I'm very embarrassed by what I see in some of our cities, where the politicians are either afraid to do something about it, or they think it's votes, or I don't know what, Peter, I don't know what they're thinking. But when you look at Los Angeles, when you look at San Francisco, when you look at some of the other cities, and not a lot, but you don't want it to spread. And at a certain point, I think the federal government maybe has to get involved. We can't let that continue to happen to our cities. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. I'll see some of you in South Korea, maybe at the DMZ, but this has been an honor. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
먼저 양 정상의 모두 발언을 듣고 질의응답 순서로 진행하겠습니다. 모두 발언은 문재인 대통령과 트럼프 대통령 순으로 진행하겠습니다. 먼저 대한민국 문재인 대통령의 모두 발언을 듣겠습니다.
도널드 트럼프 대통령님의 대한민국 방문을 진심으로 환영합니다. 오늘 한반도는
Today, the Korean Peninsula, together with President Trump, has become the land that is most noted on earth. Since the declaration of armistice, in 66 years' time, the United States and North Korea will be meeting in Panmunjom. For the first time in history, the leaders of the United States and North Korea will be standing face to face in Panmunjom, the symbol of division, and make handshakes for peace. If we continue to communicate and engage each other in dialogue, we can move towards the best situation. This is something that we'll be able to see for ourselves today. South and North will be able to become confident about peace, and the world will provide their support and cheer on President Trump and Chairman Kim with high expectations. What we need here is enduring peace on the Korean Peninsula. I hope that President Trump will go down in history as a president that has achieved peace on the Korean Peninsula. Peace requires more courage than conflict. I would like to extend my appreciation to the two leaders for being so brave, and I am very overwhelmed with emotions because we have been able to prove the way towards peace for the Korean Peninsula. Continuous dialogue is the only viable option for achieving complete denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula. Today, President Trump and I have reaffirmed that we're absolutely on the same page when it comes to denuclearization and that we share common goals. In particular, as complete denuclearization and peace building on the Korean Peninsula and normalization of U.S.-DPRK relations were the goals committed to in the Singapore Agreement, we concur that implementing this agreement simultaneously and in parallel would be vitally important. To that end, I hope that dialogue between the U.S. and DPRK will resume as early as possible. And I hope that there will be a progress made between the leaders of the two countries together with the people of the Republic of Korea. And not only the security for the ROK-U.S. alliance has become a comprehensive strategic alliance that strengthens cooperation in not only security but also economic, region, and global issues. Such steadfast ROK-U.S. alliance is working as the linchpin for regional peace, stability, and prosperity, and we have decided to continue in close coordination.
As President Trump has said, I believe that this is a victory for both countries as we have established an institutional framework with the Chorus FTA amendment. Today, our two leaders have agreed to further accelerate the momentum to expand trade and investment and further expand the Chorus alliance to a mutually reciprocal economic alliance as well. In regional and global issues as well, our two countries will continue to work very closely together as strong allies. The Asia-Pacific region is a core region for peace and prosperity for both countries. Under the regional cooperation principles of openness, inclusiveness, and transparency, I believe that Korea's new southern policy and the U.S. Indo-Pacific strategy can find common ground. Recently, we have shared in our concerns related to the attack on the oil tankers in the Gulf of Oman and the escalation of tension in the Middle East. Freedom of passage and freedom of transit in the Gulf of Oman is very important for the stability of the Middle East and security of international energy. I have a high regard for the careful restraint showed by President Trump. But we have agreed to closely cooperate for stability in the Middle East. President Trump and I will not forget the history and the spirit of a great alliance. Our two countries will work very closely in cooperation as strong allies. With this visit to the Republic of Korea, we have once again reaffirmed our common objectives and strategies, and I'm very glad and heartened by this. Going forward, we will continue to work very closely together and be frank and open in our discussions and communications to strongly solidify and develop the ROK-U.S. alliance. President Trump is the maker of peace on the Korean peninsula. You really are the peacemaker of the Korean peninsula. I hope that this meeting with Chairman Kim Jong Un at the Panmunjom will bring hope to the people of South and North Korea, and that it will be a milestone in the history of humankind towards peace. Again, I would like to extend my warmest welcome to President Trump to Korea. Our friendship will continue to grow deeper and greener as the leaves of early summer. Thank you.
감사합니다. 다음은 미합중국 트럼프 대통령의 모두 발언 듣겠습니다.
Thank you very much. I'm just going to make a very short statement because we're going to the DMZ border, and I'll be meeting with Chairman Kim. I look forward to it very much. I look forward to seeing him. We've developed a very good relationship, and we understand each other. I do believe he understands me, and I think I maybe understand him. And sometimes that can lead to very good things. I want to start by just thanking President Moon and, very importantly, First Lady Moon, who's a very special woman, very special spirit. She loves your country very much, as does President Moon. And we had a great dinner last night together and spent a large part of the morning discussing lots of different things, including trade and military, frankly, and many other items. But I thought I would just mention that when we came here, our great ambassador, we arrived last night, our great ambassador, who's here someplace, Harry, was talking about the turmoil going on because of the level of, there was the vitriol, the level of vitriol that was happening between North and South, but it was North to a large extent where there was a lot of risk and a lot of threat and a lot of bad things were happening. That was before I became president. And as you know, and the media knows very well, because they covered it, frankly, very well and very fairly, at the beginning there was a lot of anger between myself and Kim Jong Un, who, since something happened, there was a point at which it happened, and all of a sudden we get along. And I figured that when I was in Japan, where they hosted a fantastic G20, and I want to just thank Prime Minister Abe, because they did a fantastic job, and a lot of good things came out of that, a lot of good meetings with other countries, I can tell you from the standpoint of the United States. But we decided to come here a while ago as part of going to the G20. I promised President Moon. And then yesterday I was just thinking, hey, I'm here. Let's see whether or not we can say hello to Kim Jong Un. And I put out the word, and he got back, and he wanted to do it from the beginning, and so did I. But there's a lot of good feeling, when sometimes the media will say, gee, what's happened? Well, they know what's happened. What's happened is there was nuclear testing, there was ballistic missile testing, they had hostages of ours, as you know, a very tough situation. And now we're getting back our remains. We got back the hostages. There's been no ballistic missile tests, and there's been no nuclear tests. And South Korea is a whole different place. And Japan, Prime Minister Abe was telling me, Japan is a whole different place. They had missiles going over Japan on a very constant basis. You know that very well. So I hate to hear the media, give false information to the public when they say, oh, what's been done? What's been done? A lot's been done. And there's also a good feeling. I can tell you on behalf of President Moon, he feels much better about even Chairman Kim. I mean, he feels much better. They couldn't have meetings. Nobody was going to meet. President Obama wanted to meet, and Chairman Kim would not meet him. The Obama administration was begging for a meeting. They were begging for meetings constantly, and Chairman Kim would not meet with him. And for some reason, we have a certain chemistry or whatever. Now, let's see what happens. We have a long way to go, but I'm in no rush. The sanctions are on, and I'm in no rush. I'm in no rush with Iran. I'm never in a rush. If you're in a rush, you get yourself in trouble. So I just want to say that we're going to be heading out to the DMZ, and something I planned long ago, but had the idea yesterday to maybe say hello. Just shake hands quickly and say hello, because we haven't seen each other since Vietnam. We had a great meeting in Vietnam. People don't realize it. It's all part of the whole negotiation. But we had actually a great meeting in Vietnam. We had a great meeting in Singapore. Everyone gave us praise for Singapore and not for Vietnam. I think, frankly, the meeting in Vietnam, in terms of a deal, was more important than Singapore. So I think what I'd like to do is we'll take one or two questions, as I understand it, and then I'm going to head out to the DMZ and pay my respects to everybody, including some soldiers. We have tremendous military here in South Korea, and we're going to see some of our great American soldiers. I'll be talking to them, and I'll be seeing Kim Jong Un. And if you would, you could start with a question. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다.
much.
네, 그러면 지금부터 기자 여러분들의 질문을 받겠습니다. 무척 바쁜 날이다 보니 한
I know this is a very busy time, so we will just take one question each.
순서는 먼저 청와대 기자께서 질문
In terms of the order, the Blue House will first take a question from a reporter, which will be answered by President Moon, followed by the White House. And President Trump will answer that question. The Q&A session will be interpreted consecutively, so please remove your earpieces. We'll now first take a question by the Blue House. CBS, Park Ji-hwan, will you please?
네, CBS 박지원입니다. 트럼프 대통령의 두 번째 한국 방문을 진심으로 환영합니다. 문 대통령님께 질문드리겠습니다. 대통령님께서는 조금 전 오전에 소인수 정상회담에서 나도 DMZ에 동행할 것이다. 하지만 오늘 대화의 중심은 미국과 북한 정상들이라고 말씀하셨고 대화에 진전이 있기를 기대한다고 언급하셨습니다. 그럼 오늘 북미 정상 간 DMZ 접촉이 이루어지면 이것이 향후 비핵화 협상에 어떤 진전을 가져올 것이라고 기대하시는지요? 또 연내 3차 북미 정상회담 개시 가능성을 어느 정도로 보고 계시는지도 궁금하고요. 마지막으로 하나, 최근 대통령님께서는 전 세계 통신사들과의 서면 인터뷰에서 북한이 영변 핵시설을 완전한 검증 하에 폐기한다면 국제사회도 일부 제재 완화 조치를 모색할 것이라고 언급하셨는데 오늘 트럼프 대통령과의 정상회담에서 그 부분이 논의가 됐는지 미국 측의 반응은 어떠한지 궁금합니다.
Hello, Mr. President. I am Park from CBS, and I'd like to first of all welcome President Trump upon your second visit to the Republic of Korea. At the restricted bilateral meeting this morning, President Moon, you had mentioned that you will be accompanying President Trump to the DMZ, but the focus of the dialogue that will happen at the DMZ will be between President Trump and Chairman Kim, and you said that you are looking forward to much progress being achieved there. So once the contact is established between President Trump and Chairman Kim at the DMZ, what kind of progress do you expect in the subsequent negotiations? And how about the possibility of a third US-North Korea summit happening before the end of the year? And my third question relates to the written interview that you had given to various agencies recently. And in that interview, you had mentioned that if North Korea, under complete inspection verification from the international community, if North Korea dismantles the nuclear complex in Yongbyon, then the international community could explore the sanctions relief, a partial sanctions relief. So has there been any discussions regarding this issue this morning, and what was the response from the US side?
저도 오늘 판문점에 초대받았습니다. 그러나 오늘 이 중심은 북미 간의 대화입니다. 트럼프 대통령님과 북한 김정은 위원장과의 상봉 그리고 대화 또 그것이 앞으로 계속된 북미 대화로 이어져 나가는 그 과정으로서 큰 의미가 있다고 생각합니다. 그래서 오늘은 북미 간의 대화에 집중하도록 하고 남북 간의 대화는 다음에 다시 또 도모하게 될 것입니다. 제3차 본격적인 북미 정상회담이 언제 열릴 것인지 여부는 오늘의 상봉과 대화가 어떤 변화를 만들어낼지 거기에 달려 있다고 생각합니다. 기대를 가지고 이렇게 지켜보기 바랍니다. 그리고 마지막에 질문은 이 영변의 그 핵단지가 진정성 있게 완전하게 폐기가 된다면 그것은 되돌릴 수 없는 북한 실질적인 비핵화의 입구가 될 것이다 라는 판단이었고 그런 조치들이 진정성 있게 실행이 된다면 그때 국제사회는 제재에 대한 완화를 이렇게 논의할 수 있게 될 것이다 라는 그런 상황을 말씀드린 것입니다.
Yes, to answer your question, yes, I have been invited to visit Panmunjom with President Trump this afternoon. However, as I had mentioned, the focus of the dialogue today will be the dialogue between the United States and North Korea. And, of course, President Trump and Chairman Kim will have a reunion and have subsequent dialogue. And I hope that, and I do believe that this is vastly significant for the dialogue that will follow after the meeting today. And also, today, there will be a dialogue between the United States and North Korea, but as for the inter-Korean dialogue, this will happen at a later time. As for the question regarding the third U.S.-North Korea summit, I believe that how the reunion and the dialogue and the meeting turns out this afternoon will have a great say on when and whether the U.S.-North Korea summit will happen for the third time. So I do expect some progress there. As for the last question, what I had explained was that if North Korea goes through the dismantlement in a genuine way, dismantlement of the nuclear complex in Yongbyon, then this will mean that we'll be arriving at the entrance of a irreversible substantive denuclearization. So if this indeed is implemented, then the international community will be able to discuss partial sanctions relief. My words were in this context.
감사합니다. 다음은 트럼프 대통령께서 질문을 받으시겠습니다. 백악관 기자 지명은 저와 같은 백악관 대변인이시죠? 스테파니 그리샴 씨께서 해주시겠습니다.
Now we'll take a question for President Trump. Ms. Stephanie Grisham, the White House press secretary, will choose who will ask the question.
I'm going to let our president choose. Go ahead, Mr. President.
네, 대통령께서 지명하도록 하겠습니다.
Thank you. She's learned very well.
네, 굉장히 잘
Thank you very much, Stephanie. I appreciate it. Just to add one thing to your question from CBS, it's just a step. It might be an important step, and it might not. But what we're doing today is a step, and probably it's a step in the right direction. There's a good feeling, so it could be very good. As far as another meeting, I think let's see what happens today before we start thinking about that. But it could be very important. Let's see, a question.
네, 지금 그 방금 얘기한 것에 하나만 좀 더 추가하도록 하겠습니다. 지금 그 오늘 걸음이 이것이 긍정적인 방향으로 나갈 수도 있고 아닐 수도 있습니다만 옳은 방향으로 나가기를 바랍니다. 그리고 내가 지금 그 느낌이 좋습니다. 그래서 추가적인 그런 정상회담이 열리는 이런 여부도 오늘 그 만남을 통해서 더 그 구체적으로 알 수 있을 것 같습니다.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Mr. President. Margaret Talev with Bloomberg News. I hope you'll indulge me since we get one question. I'm going to try to make it count. Why do you want to step into North Korea, and what do you think that handshake could actually accomplish? Nothing has substantively changed since Hanoi. North Korea has tested short-range missiles. Why does Kim Jong Un deserve this moment? And how do you respond to the critics who say it's nothing more than a photo op or that you're legitimizing a nuclear state? I also quickly need to get in one China clarification, which is your agreement with President Xi as of yesterday. Does that bring you back to the point in April where they had made a lot of concessions on IP and that sort of stuff, or are you back at November, back at the beginning of the process?
So
and
two very distinct questions.
Thanks.
Hold it
I've got
before you
one for
do a
Moon
third.
also.
I know, you'll do
Okay.
that in a second.
Thanks.
No, we've made tremendous strides. Only the fake news says that they weren't. If you look again, I don't have to repeat it, but if you look again at where we were 2.5 years ago, and I think I can say the hatred that everybody had for everybody and where it was going. And I said that if President Obama's term was for some reason extended through any method, including having a successor that thought the way that that administration thought, you would be right now at war with North Korea. And it wouldn't be pretty, be tough. We have the greatest military in the world by far. We have a much greater military now than we had 2.5 years ago, as you know very well. You reported on it. We bought tremendous equipment, from jets to ships to equipment for soldiers. But we are in a much different place right now, Margaret, than we were 2.5 years ago, much different. And the previous administration wanted to talk. I would ask people, why aren't they talking? And not everything happens with talk. Some bad things happen with talk, too. But in this case, we are so far advanced from where we were 2.5 years ago that it's always insulting. And I think it's why the press, frankly, has lost such credibility. They've lost such credibility. But to think that we're comparing where we are now to 2.5 years ago is, in a way, it's insulting. But we're doing well. Let's see what happens in the end. But we're doing well. A big difference. And as far as China is concerned, we are where we are. We're collecting 25% on $250 billion. And China is paying for it, as you know, because, as you notice, our inflation hasn't gone up. China's devalued their currency in order to pay for the tariffs. And in addition to devaluing, they've also pumped a lot of money into their economic model. They've been pumping money, and we haven't. We've been retracting. We've been raising interest rates, and they've been lowering interest rates. So we're not playing on a fair field. The Fed has not been of help to us at all. And despite that, we're winning, and we're winning big, because we have created an economy that is second to none, greatest in the world. And one of the things that happened at the G20, in fact, the president came up and said the same thing to me, President Moon. Congratulations on the economy. What's happened in the last 2.5 years is incredible. It's incredible. If the other thought process would have won the election, we would have, instead of being up 3%, we would have been down 5%, in my opinion. And I think you would have had a stock market crash, because we were heading in that direction. It would have been very, very ugly. Please.
네, 지금 지금 말씀하신 것을 통역하도록 하겠습니다. 블룸버그 기자입니다. 질문 하나이기 때문에 좀 길게 하도록 하겠습니다. 왜 북한에 가려고 하시는지요? 달성하고자 하는 목적이 무엇입니까? 왜냐하면 예전과 달라진 것은 별로 없는 것 같고, 또 북한이 단거리 미사일도 또 발사를 했습니다. 그런데 김정은이 과연 트럼프 대통령과의 만남을 가질 만한 그런 자격이 있는지요? 많은 비판가들은 도리어 이런 만남이 북한을 합리화하는 그런 것이 아닌가라고 비판하고 있습니다. 또 시 주석에 대해서 한 가지 또 묻도록 하겠습니다. 시 주석과의 어제 만남을 통해서 지난 4월 다시 말해서 지적재산권을 양보했던 그 단계로 돌아가는 것이 아니냐, 아니면은 도리어 11월 처음으로 다시 돌아가는 것이 아니냐, 어제의 만남을 통해서 그러한 질문들이 나오고 있습니다. 거기에 대해서 지금 트럼프 대통령께서의 답변은 다음과 같습니다. 지난 2년 반 전과 지금을 비교해 본다면 엄청나게 많은 진전을 이룬 것은 사실입니다. 그리고 이런 어디에서 이런 현실과 다른 많은 증거가 있는지 이해하기 힘듭니다. 만일 오바마 행정부가 했던 것, 그리고 오바마 행정부가 했던 그런 상황으로 나아갔다면 지금 우리는 북한과 전쟁과 분쟁의 그런 상황에 있을 수도 있습니다. 미국은 2년 반 전보다 훨씬 더 강한 군사력을 가지고 있습니다. 여러 가지 항공기라든지 장비라든지 또 제트라든지 이런 것들을 많이 확보해서 훨씬 더 강한 그런 군사력을 가지고 있게 되었습니다. 또 그 질문 중에 북한과의 대화를 왜 해야 되느냐라는 질문인데, 예전의 그런 시점과 지금의 시점을 비교해 본다면은 우린 훨씬 더 좋은 그런 자리에 위치해 있는 것이 사실입니다. 그런데 언론이 지금 계속 이러한 식으로 나쁜 방향으로 가기 때문에 언론이 믿음을 잃고 있는 것입니다. 물론 오늘 만남을 통해서 어떻게 될지는 우리는 두고 봐야 될 것입니다. 중국에 대해서 또 말씀드리자면은 중국은 지금 2,500억 중에서 25%를 미국에 관세를 내고 있습니다. 이것은 엄청난 그러한 수입이 미국으로 들어오는 것입니다. 그것을 그 관세 비용을 지불하기 위해서 지금 중국은 화폐 평가 절하를 하고 있습니다. 또 우리는 금리를 인상하는 데 비해서 중국은 지금 금리를 인하하고 있습니다. 그런 면에 있어서 나는 미국 연준이가 하고 있는 행동이 바람직하지 못하다고 생각을 합니다. 시 주석도 얘기했고 또 문재인 대통령도 나한테 얘기했습니다마는 지난 2년간 우리가 이루었던 것이 너무나 긍정적이기 때문에 많은 그런 축하를 내가 받고 있습니다. 만일 내가 아닌 다른 사람이 대통령이 됐다면 지금 미국의 상황, 세계의 상황은 훨씬 더 다른 것이 될 것입니다. 증시는 폭락을 했을 것이고 우리는 훨씬 더 안 좋은 그런 위치에 있을 것입니다.
Just to complete, you have to value the stock market from the day after I won. Because there was a tremendous surge after I won, because of the fact I won, because people want that thinking instead of the thinking that we had. If I hadn't won right after the election on November 9th, you would have had a tremendous decrease in the stock market. So I noticed that the previous administrations is given credit for thousands of points of gain right after the election. No, it went up because I won, and we'll take the credit. And if you take that credit, we've increased the stock market values by more than 50%. You have to take that credit. It went up only because I won, and it went up a lot between Election Day and and when we ultimately took office. And from there, it went up a lot. It continues to go up a lot, and now we're setting records virtually every day. And just to conclude on China, President Xi and I had a fantastic meeting. It's a great meeting. We get along. We also have a really, really good relationship, and he wants to see something happen, and so would I, and I think there's a really good chance of that happening. We had a great meeting. Thank you.
마무리를 하도록 하겠습니다. 내가 아까 그 증시가 상당히 올라갔다라고 얘기를 했는데 내가 당선된 그날도 증시가 상당히 올라갔고 그리고 계속 또 올라가고 있습니다. 만약 내가 당선이 되지 않았다면 증시가 완전히 폭락을 했겠죠. 그리고 이런 여러 가지 경제가 지금 잘 돌아가는 것에 대해서도 이것이 바로 이번 행정부의 공이다라고 말을 해야 되겠습니다. 증시가 점점 더 올라가면서 그 주식의 총액도 지금 수천 %더 올라간 것입니다. 내가 당선된 그런 그날에서 행정부가 들어왔을 때까지도 증시가 계속 또 화랑이었고 또 행정부 시작에서부터 지금 현재 계속 또 더 화랑이 되고 있습니다. 시 주석과의 만남에 대해서 한 말씀 드리자면은 아주 상당히 좋은 그런 그 회담을 했었고 시 주석과의 사이도 굉장히 좋습니다. 그 시 주석도 뭔가를 해결하고자 하고 나도 해결하고자 하는 그런 의지가 있기 때문에 우리는 앞으로도 잘 해결이 될 것이라고 생각합니다.
네, 고맙습니다. 네, 지금 이제 시간이 별로 많지가 않습니다. 지금 역사적인 지금 시간이 많지 않아서요.
예, 출발해야 할 시간입니다.
I'm sorry, but we don't have much time. It's time for us to go.
They don't want you to be a mediator in this case. How do you respond, and do you trust President Trump? And if you can take us to the moment when you were at the border, each of you were at the demarcation line, what do you believe that stepping over that line may represent for the United States and for the world? Thank you very much.
한 가지 더 질문하도록 하겠습니다. So your first question was to President Moon, right? 그 북한 측에서 그 얘기를 하기를 문 대통령께서 중재자 역할을 하는 것을 원하지 않는다라고 발표한 바가 있습니다. 거기에 대해서 어떻게 생각하시는지요? 그다음에 두 분 대통령께 질문하고자 하는 것은 오늘 그 비무장지대에서 두 분이 그 한 걸음을 해서 그 선을 넘을 건데 그것이 어떤 것을 상징한다고 생각하시는지요?
우선 우리가 대화를 통한 해결 노력을 하지만 모든 일이 한 방향으로만 앞으로 나아가지는 않습니다. 똑바로 나아갈 때도 있지만 구불구불 돌아갈 때도 있고 때로는 멈출 때도 있고 때로는 후퇴할 때도 있는 것입니다. 그러나 대화 외에는 평화를 이룰 방법이 없습니다. 오늘 이 DMZ 판문점에서의 그 만남은 이 한반도 평화 프로세스에 있어서 아주 역사적인 그런 위대한 순간이 될 것이라고 믿습니다.
First of all, we are indeed striving to achieve peace through dialogue, but this does not necessarily mean that we will only travel in one direction. Sometimes we'll go straight, but sometimes we'll go through a long and winding road. There comes a time when we have to pause and sometimes we have to retreat. However, I can reassure you that the only way that we can achieve peace is through dialogue. So the meeting this afternoon at Panmunjom will become a truly historic, a great moment in the peace process on the Korean Peninsula.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
네, 그러면 이것으로 대한민국 문재인 대통령과 도널드 트럼프 대통령의 기자회견을 모두 마치겠습니다.
Thank you. This concludes the press conference given by President Moon and President Trump.
여러분들은 대한민국의 자유와 평화를 지키는 최전선에 있습니다. 여러분의 노고에 감사드립니다.
I would like to thank you for all your dedication and efforts. You are indeed standing at the forefront of the spot where you are safeguarding peace and freedom of the Republic of Korea.
한미 양국의 대통령들이 이곳 비무장지대를 함께 방문한 것은 사상 처음 있는 일입니다.
It is actually the first time in history that the President of the Republic of Korea and the President of the United States has visited this demilitarized zone in history.
오늘은 더 극적인 일이 기다리고 있습니다.
And today, this afternoon, we have a more dramatic event that awaits us.
이런 결단을 내려주신 트럼프 대통령께 감사드립니다.
And I'd like to thank President Trump for making such a bold decision.
이제 JSA는 대결과 분쟁의 상징에서 평화의 상징으로 바뀌고 있습니다. 여러분은 그 위대한 역사의 변화를 보고 있는 그 현장에 있습니다.
And now the joint security area is being transformed from the symbol of confrontation and hostilities to the symbol of peace. And all of you are actually witnesses to this great change.
그 위대한 변화를 만들고 있는 주인공이 바로 트럼프 대통령입니다.
And the very person who has actually brought this great change about is, of course, President Trump.
여러분들의 자랑스러운 대통령입니다.
He is the proud president of all of you.
Thank you very much. You're a very special group of people. I just look at you, look how healthy and how strong and how good, and we really appreciate it. We appreciate it very much.
네, 먼저 감사드리겠습니다. 여러분들은 매우 특별한 분들이십니다. 그리고 여러분들을 보니까 매우 강하고 또 아주 튼튼하다라는 것을 볼 수가 있습니다. 대단히 감사합니다.
So this was a scheduled visit from a number of months ago. We went from the G20, and I promised your president, President Moon, who is a friend of mine, I said, we have to see the DMZ. And so this was scheduled for a long time ago. And then yesterday I had the idea, maybe I'll call Chairman Kim and see if he wants to say hello. So we didn't give him much notice, but we've become, we respect each other. We respect each other, maybe even like each other. And he's agreed to meet, and I'm going to meet him in about 4 minutes. So I'm going to cut my speech a little bit short, other than to say you are terrific people. You've done a fantastic job, and we're with you all the way. You know that.
네, 이번 방문은 사실 수개월 전부터 계획된 것입니다. 그렇지만은 G20 오사카에서 회의를 하고 문 대통령께 나는 비무장지대를 반드시 방문해야 되겠다라고 얘기를 해서 여기 왔습니다. 그런데 어제 갑자기 내가 이까지 왔으니까 김 위원장을 만나보는 것이 좋겠다. 그리고 서로 인사하면 어떨까 생각을 했고 그래서 굉장히 촉박한 시간 내에 이렇게 만남이 이루어진 것입니다. 김 위원장과 나는 서로 존경심을 가지고 있고 우리 서로 사이가 좋습니다. 그리고 아까 약 4분 후에 김 위원장을 만나야 되기 때문에 내가 길게 얘기할 수는 없습니다. 다만 여러분들이 아주 훌륭한 분들이시고 소중한 분들이다라는 말씀을 드리고 싶습니다. 감사합니다.
What do you have over there? That looks good.
Yeah, Mr. President, we have a small token of appreciation and recognition of your visit here to the Republic of Korea. We're grateful for your leadership, you and President Moon, and all that you do for the ROC-US Alliance. And so we have a small token of appreciation. Everyone knows you're a golfer. And there's some golfers in the room. So we got you. We're hopeful. I know you get a lot of gifts, but we're hoping that this one is one that might find some utility for you on one of your golf courses. So it's got your name stenciled on there. It's got all three of our commands: United Nations Command, Combined Forces Command, and U.S. Forces Korea. And then, of course, this is the most important thing, because our motto here in Korea is "We go together." Kachi kapsida. And so we'll hope that when you wear this on the golf course, that you'll think about the strength and the enduring nature of our ROK-US alliance. Mr. President, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Actually have you shake a couple hands of some of our heroes. So you earned his citizenship.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much, sir.
The first woman in the JSA on the ROK side, sir.
Thank you very much.
This is our company commander, sir. He brought a lot of leadership and energy to the job.
김영근 중에는 청전용사의 자녀입니다. 중위 김영준 감사합니다. 중위 김영준 감사합니다.
Sir, especially hanging keeps our wheel fleet going. He's a great mechanic, and actually he's met you before at the old guard.
That's right, huh? Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
이 최고 미군의 최고 보병 선발대회에서 만점을 받은 중위입니다. 감사합니다.
Sir Lloyd Freeman is our physician assistant. He's done a great job training the alliance and interagency partnerships.